Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, August the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. I'm hearing a couple of good mornings. Wait a minute. Yeah, you guys can hear me? Okay, perfect. And you can see my screen, obviously. Okay, great, guys. So what is happening this morning? So kind of an interesting one. This X, interesting not so much for X, but for CLF. So X has basically rejected. Let's take a look at the actual headline. Rejected a $35 share offer, acquisition offer from Cleveland Cliffs. Okay, so when I first saw this move, yeah, you can see that X has had a huge move up, 25%. And then at one point, Cliff was down about 14%, I believe. Cliff was down, but it's completely recovered. Look at this. In fact, it's gone positive. At one point, it was down here to $13. Can't remember what percent that was, but it is completely recovered now. Oh, interesting. And if you're following the AMC Ape saga, so AMC is down 24%. I guess Ape is up 24, or wow, down 37% now. Ape is up. And if you want to find out more about this, just Google it. So Ape is only up 19%, and AMC is down 34%. So anyway, as we're following that ridiculous saga, there it is. TSH, TSH, TSHA. This is up because let's say $150 million private finance. They're actually it's an earnings play also. So they're doing an earnings play. Not doing, it is an earnings play. Yours is after positive data. Okay. And they are getting $150 million in private placement financing. A lot of news on this one at 90 cents a share. So this is at $1.28 right now. ESHA. Pretty low float, 36 million in the float. Genius, GNS, continuation, I guess, from Friday, actually from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now today, GNS. This one, which was a pretty high flyer a few weeks ago, double X, double I. This is moving down. I saw some news on this. I'm not sure. I can't see it now. They did have some news, obviously negative news, down 15%. Because I did check to see if it was shortable for me. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. See if I can find, maybe our news has it. Oh, it's an earnings play. Okay. So it's an earnings play. So obviously, whatever they released, market's not liking it. Almost an all-time low now. Double X, double I, almost an all-time low. This is an earnings play. I thought there was some other news on it, but maybe not. AGBA. AGBA. So we don't have an earnings date for them, but it appears that they've reported Q2 results. Let me make sure this is not a. Okay, so this does look like this is an earnings play. AGBA is an earnings play. Cheap one. Now, this one I thought was an earnings play today, but it is not, but it is popped up. It is an earnings play after hours. The reason I looked at it is because look at the gap here. And this is for JYNT. This is an earnings play after hours. And they've hired somebody as their new chief marketing officer. Okay. But they do have earnings plays after hours, or it is an earnings play after hours. FTRE. FTRE is also an earnings play. Gap down on earnings. It's maybe the first time this company released earnings. FTRE. A lot of shares available, 2.4 million. available to short at Interactive Brokers. This is an all-time high, guys. Excuse me, all-time low. All-time low now for FTRE. Started trading as FTRE back here, back in July. First week of July. I guess it's maybe an IPO, 37.36 down to 26.99 now. Haven't seen too many successful IPOs, guys, last little while. ASNS is another, I don't want to say earnings play. Yeah, and after hours. Okay, after hours earnings play. Air Force selects Actilus for IoT networking modernization of a major Air Force base. So there's news on this one. ASNS, super low float, 1.5 million in the float. So I'm not going to touch the Hawaiian stock, guys. So Hawaiian stocks, there's HE down, HA is down, of course. I'm not going to try to, it's just a complete disaster over there. So Zyne is a buyout, as somebody mentioned. Yeah, Zyne is a buyout. ZYNE is a buyout. A cheap one, real cheap buyout. And TMC, forgot to mention TMC. TMC is an earnings play. Yes. I'm sorry. It's not an earnings play. After hours, my eyes were, I keep seeing that post market and I was reading pre market. So TMC is an earnings play after hours. Or is it an earnings play now? Let's take a look. I think this is just the corporate update. Okay, guys. So TSHA is ripping higher now, way over the 200-day moving average now. So they agree on a $150 million private placement financing at 90 cents a share. So that is way above, percentage wise, way above that 90 cents. And we're in for a mildly negative note open. Just looking at the general market right now. And the trade of the week is Schlumberger. SLB, and the suggested entry is 60. I would be waiting, of course, for the market to open if you're going to take this. You can see, yeah, you can see on the daily chart, all that action right around $60. So if it could take out 60, and the next high on the weekly is around 62.70. So does anyone trade the NQ futures? I'm sure anyone does, but this is we don't. Our program does not scan for futures, so but that doesn't mean there are no people trading it in the room. Just looking at that question right now. This one's sinking right down now. ZFOX, ZFOX is on the move down. Can't see any specific news on it. Well, how much more room does this TSHA have? The next high looking left is 177 on the weekly, and then we've got 195, and then it looks like there's quite a lot of resistance around 229, and that is for the TSHA. So this is an earnings play, and they're raising money, and this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, now I'm going to take a look at the upgrades and downgrades, see if there's anything interesting. Again, not too many upgrades this morning. This has been the The theme over the last few days, guys, many more downgrades and upgrades. Let's see. I'm going to take a look at OKTA. Okay, so Goldman has upgraded OKTA from 77 to 91. So Goldman has upgraded OKTA. It's had a bit of, well, I think it's had an effect already. I think that's the only reason. That's the only thing I can see. OKTA shares up 5% pre-market after Goldman Sachs raises to buy with a price target of 90 of yeah, $95, $91. So keep an eye on OKT as it opens. And you can see right there, there is your resist. Well, there's your next high. So they're talking about literally maybe getting to that high up here. Not that I want to short TSHA. It's just that, at some point it could maybe fizzle out at certain areas. But it's not shortable for me. I just always check to see if shares are shortable. That's all. Not that I want to short it, but I'm just looking at some areas here. Could stall at 176, could stall here at 198. And I think, if it ever got close to this 230, could easily stall when you look at the weekly chart. I'm just looking to see whether or not there's shorts available. That I want to short it. And just and the fact that something's going up doesn't mean it's going to continue to go up, right? I mean, at some point there will be some profit taking. It's just a matter of what area could it be. All right, downgrades now, guys. I'm going to keep an eye on that OKTA though. See if that Goldman upgrade keeps it moving for a while. And I'm looking for something that's been maybe downgraded with a price target that's way below the the current price. I'm just going to see if I can find anyone like I can't see anything yet. Take a look at Urban. It's been downgraded. Let me take a look at Urban Outfitters. Not much happening. All right, guys. Now let's take a look at these sectors. So after Friday, it was sort of mixed. Dow was up, Nas was down, SPY was basically flat. So let's take a look at the sectors right now. Major sectors. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, Docked Channel Bar. Go down to the Show More. Click on Sector Status. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 95% in red, what does that mean? That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. That's what that means. So when you take a look around, consumer discretionaries weak, financials about 50-50, materials 84% down. So as I say, we're in for a weak open, not a hugely weak open, but more importantly, where are these with respect to the 200-day moving average? XLE, XLE. So XLE, you can see that. I mean, there's the green line on my daily chart. That's the 200-day moving average for XLE, continuing to move away from it. Took a while for it to finally crack it. And then once it did, though it tested it a few times. Okay, so there's XLE. Let's look at them all today. Maybe Mondays I'll do that. XRT, you can see XRT is above it, but looks like it's starting to get attracted to that 200-day moving average again, starting to fade a bit. Consumer staples, XLP. That one is in jeopardy, guys. You can see what's happening with consumer staples, that 200-day moving average rising up to meet these prices. Healthcare is another one that was a little bit sketchy. XLV. Okay. Hit it a few days ago, but moving away. Industrials, XLI. So far, all the moving averages for all the major sectors are above the 200-day. XLI, of course, way above it. Financials. Let's take a look at financials. I mean, it took a while for them to get above. So they're still they're not out of the woods yet. The sort of the decline is modestly downwards. Consumers discretionary, XLY, way above it still, way above that 200-day. Materials, another one that's creeping down towards the 200-day. Now, I'll look at XLC. XLC is still, that's communications. That's still way above it. You might not even be able to see it. Scroll out a bit. There it is. And it's still hanging above it. But the interesting one to me is technology. I mean, technology is still way above it, but look what's happening. Look what's happening, guys. See this? If you see this, look how the technology stocks are starting. I mean, they're still way above the 200-day. They're starting to drift down. So to sum up, all of the major sectors are still above the 200-day moving average. Well, Tony, if it's a limit order at a certain price, you're either going to get filled at that price or you're not. So, but just wait for the market to open. Don't mess around. You're new, so a question. I mean, it's a good question, but why don't you just wait for the market to open? Problem is, as you could get filled and then it could drop immediately. I mean, I just don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. For that very reason, stocks move up and down so rapidly in the first 15 minutes. So you could put a limit order to buy a stock, up to a certain price. You could get filled, but for me, in the first 15 minutes, you get that fill, and then it could drop immediately. It could keep going higher. Of course, it could. Just I like my only advice. You're new, but I'm not new. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm not trying to tell anybody else to do that, but I would suggest that if you're new to trading, anybody new to trading, ease off at least for the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, you're going to see something that might keep moving higher and higher, and you kick yourself, why didn't I get that one? But, you know, if you're honest with yourself, take a look at 10 others that you might have done the same thing and see what they did. Don't just focus on the one that did. I know I'm just talking to you. Goods, my goodness. Must have a working from home today. Goods here for the day. Well, as you know, I'll be checking the VWAP over and over again. Did I mention the VWAP? I hope it went well, obviously. Goods. Now, guys, this is the we still have some earnings plays this week, about 140. Let me just do a check to see what it's going to be like next week. But last week we were super, super active. We had 600. The week before we had about 1,000. So we're definitely in a decline as far as earnings plays are concerned. But there will be other stuff to look at. Probably we'll get some of the more, the lower float stocks will start to be active again. Yeah. So next week we've got about 80. So this is really it, guys. Yeah, we've got about actually okay, 240. We've got about 240 companies this week. And next week we're down to about 80 companies releasing earnings. So this is kind of it. This is the really the end of earnings season now. All right. Anything else sneaking? I did see this PPLA, but I also saw, yeah, this is what I saw. It popped up to 224. It came right back down. So another low float, 2.8 million in the float. Announces an issuance of a new patent in Europe for claims of a novel process for production of SBP-101, whatever that is. So X is starting to fade a little bit, guys. I would be really watching X. I mean, this is they basically rejected the $35 share and offer from CLF. And the Argentinian stocks could be interesting if you're following the Argentinian elections at all. You got this guy who came out of nowhere, could be taking over that country, well, taking over, becoming the president. Yeah, so I'm not touching this one, guys, on a short. It's just personal. I mean, I'm just not going to touch anything to do with Hawaii. Okay, anything else showing up here? I did see this GGE, but I think there was another one that, yeah, exactly. Popped up and then came right back down. I'm just going to disregard those certainly to start. The Green Giant in China stock, lots of volume though. See if there's any news on this one. All right, so this BSAQ, let's see here. Is this still they are supposed to be merging with this Vietnamese EV maker, VinFast. Let's see if there's now finally a day that it's supposed to. Yeah, I don't know. There's still no date for when BSAC becomes the VinFast. Supposed to be this week. Okay, SPY is starting to drift down a little bit more ahead of the open, guys. SBSW, I saw this one. Is a colorful flag out of South Africa. Okay, out of South Africa. The next low's looking left is $6. Big float, 707 million in the float. Don't see any specific reason for its weakness here. So now this one is giving it all back, almost all back. Two nine ASNS. So the one that is still kind of holding on, that hasn't given too much back yet, of these little ones that have been popping in the pre-market, is this TSHA. Still above the 200-day moving average. I can see that there have been shorts snapped up at Interactive Broker. There are only 67,000 left now. I think the last time I looked, it was about 80,000. So there are shorts being snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Okay, one moment, please, guys. Jinko Solar. All right, so this is an earnings play. I didn't really see it. I'm not sure why. Maybe it wasn't up enough percentage wise, but Jinko Solar, China solar stock, earnings play, JKS. So the next high is looking left. We're at $38 or so. Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute for the open, guys. So let's have a great start to this trading week. I'm going to get rid of this. And of course, see what happens with the abnormal option activity this week. I will have some. I mean, there's for sure. But again, we had a lot last week and the week before just because of earnings. Stocks that release earnings, if they're optionable, usually that's a day in which their option activity will increase. And as I say, I usually sit the first 15 minutes out, like to see things settle down a little bit. All right, we're now open. So let's see what's happening. APLS, guys, is still continuing its strong move after two really good days, Thursday and Friday, and that's APLS. Early, of course. And there goes the TSHA, guys, getting weakened, is starting to weaken. Had a high of 166 or so in the pre-market, down to 143 now. So look what happened here. Look at I mean, there's classic. I mean, look at JKS. It got up to what, 37 something? Looked pretty good, was positive. Market opens. Now it's actually gone negative. JKS has actually gone negative. It's early though. It is very early. All right. So here's an Argentinian stock, Gala, guys. This is a financial Grupo Financiero. So this is a financial stock out of Argentina. Again, there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff happening in Argentina. Their elections are in the process of happening. Yeah, look at wow, look at Ion Q, guys. Ion Q. Price target raised to 16 from 7 by Morgan Stanley, but it's already was at 16. Benchmark raised it from to 20 from 17. Maintain neutral, $14 target for Ion Q by Goldman. Yeah, I checked. This is oh, this is shortable for me. BTAI. This is an all-time low now. No, it isn't. Not quite. Yeah, cut a bunch. I think they're changing their focus. I think that's what I read. Cutting jobs, changing their focus. I think this could get halted. BTAI could get halted. I'm just looking at the interactive brokers. That little blue dot appeared, which you usually could mean it's going to get halted. Maybe not. Almost a lifetime low now. BTAI. Looks like it's going to get halted. No. Those of you with interactive brokers, I think you know what I'm talking about. Right beside the bid and the ask, when a little blue dot appears, that can be the precursor that it's going to get halted. Okay, guys, as I said, HE is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, look at Groupon, guys. Groupon, for some reason, is having a big pop here. GRPN, big pop for Groupon. A nice day on Friday. Continuation today. Do not see any specific news, certainly not an earnings play. Was earnings last week. Okay, TSAT had a big day on Friday. I think this was, yeah, this was an earnings play on Friday, TSAT, and a continuation now, almost at the high of Friday. Took it out briefly. You can see right there. So I'm going to stick an alert just over around 1396, just underneath 14. See if it has any continuation. And that is for the TSAT, TSAT. Ion Q, guys, this is really getting hit here. Look at this. What a red candle. Again, Goldman's put a $14 price target on it, but some others have got slightly higher targets. But I don't know if this is really, yeah, I don't know if it's the Goldman $14 price target that's a magnet right now. Now, YPF, yeah, another Argentinian stock, guys. As I say, Argentina is in play because of these elections. YPF, GGAL. All right, market open. Dow's down a little, NAS is down a little, SPY is down a little. Well, this YPF has got some room. The next low in the daily is 1257. So we're at 1329 right now. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. Okay, guys. So TSAT now at 14. It was at 14, at 1381, 1399 bid ask. I can stick the alert again at 14, see if it takes it out later. Okay, guys. TSAT 1402, 1410 bid ask. So it's trying to hold that 14 level. It is early and it's a very low float, 11.8 million in the float. So it's a low float. Wow, accelerating higher now, guys. 1430, 14, wow, 13, 1437, 1450 now in the bid ask for TSAT. And speaking of TSAT, here it is. First one on the abnormal option activity scan. Well, again, if you're less conservative than I am, that BTAI right there, 460 on the short, 395 now, great percentage move. That is for BTAI. Not an all-time low, but may as well, it's almost an all-time low. So this whole thing with Ape and AMC, I mean, AMC is just getting destroyed here now, guys. Ape will stop trading on the 25th, so in a couple of weeks from now. Yeah, Ape's up, but AMC is just getting killed. Yes, you're right, TSHA. So after the pullback, back down to 140, moving higher. So now the next high looking left, 175. Let's take a look. This blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So you can't see the symbol, but this is TSHA. The halt's at 162. That's the red. This is the potential open. So real no clue, really no clue. So if you're in this one now, what you of course want to see is this the number to move higher before it opens. Usually there are 5-minute halts. So here's one that's halted PNAC. Is this a SPAC? Yeah, one of these SPACs. All right, guys. I'm just watching some things here to see if there's anything on my thumbnail charts that are moving. I'm looking at the OKTA. This is the one with the Goldman price target of 91. See what it's doing. Well, now JKS is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown now. That's all, let's see, 944, so almost 945. Look at this breakdown now. Crazy action. 37.73 in the pre-market, dropping $3, over $3 now from that pre-market high. And here's Micron, MU. Man, look at MU. MU, big pop for MU. Next high looking left is 67.48. So there's a little bit of room, a little over a dollar 20 or so to the next high looking left for MU. Wow. So there's the JKS now showing up on the abnormal option activity scanner right now. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, this JKS is really rocketing down now. So we had a couple of alerts for it. The first alert was at 34.44. Wow. 34. Well, that's not the first alert. The first alert on the 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, actually the same, 34.44. And also on the option scanner, 34.44. Okay. As I say, pay attention to the ones that show up on both scanners, the option and the 10-day daily breakdowns. Okay, so TSHA just opened, guys, and it's halted immediately again. TSHA halted immediately again. Now you can see there's the halt 177, and it got halted almost immediately. 185 projected open now. So as I was saying earlier, the big area right there is 229 or so. Okay, I mean if it gets through two, then TSHA. I mean you would think there's going to be a lot of resistance to get through that to say the 220 mark. If you have shorts available, which I don't. Whoa, GME on the move down. The slow looking left for GME is 18 or so on the weekly chart. That's for GME. Okay, guys, ELOX is one of those that was down. Now we're calling these daily reversals. Okay, this is what we're now calling the daily reversal. The scan is available on my homepage. Okay, so you're looking at a stock, ELOX, ELOX, that was down on Friday, a significant amount at least, and then trying to recover today. So a daily reversal, that's what we're calling it. So if you want that scan, you just have to go to my homepage. Okay, so again, all my scans are here. If you click on my homepage link and scroll down until you get to the scan section, click here. So there's the daily reversal. I added that one on Friday, renamed abnormal option activity. Now it's called instead of option action or something like that. And this is this one here. So the three I'm really looking at, the daily reversals, the abnormal option activity, and the 10-day daily breakouts and downs. Okay. Those are the three scans I'm paying a lot of attention to. You don't get too many in the breakdowns. You can see right now, two on the upside, five on the downside. ELOX, guys, ELOX, ELOX. There's only two so far. ELOX AMC on the way down, that was up, that was one that was up on Friday, but on the way down. Elox down on Friday, on the way up. There's only been two in that scan so far. So the clue on this one too, look at the pre-market, got up to 679, sort of flashed up there. Yeah, it's the same scan. It's the same scanner. Yeah, we renamed it due to popular request. We're calling it daily reversals paradox. Yes. Okay, so Penn now, after the disaster, really, I mean, it looked awesome news for Penn at the beginning. This was on Wednesday, okay, the deal with ESPN creating a sports book called ESPN Bet, and it looked good, but sold off for 3 days, really, because I'll count this as a big sell-off day, even though it was up for the day, but it basically sold off, and then Thursday sell off, Friday sell off, trying to recover a little bit here. All right, so why wouldn't I like SOUN? Well, SOUN, I know it's showing up here, but look at the 200-day moving average, not that far away. SOUN, not that far away. 246, 232 stock. So for me, that's just too close. Will not take it. Of course, it may not listen to me. It may just go right through that 200-day moving average like nothing. Choppy guys. I mean, look at TSAT. TSAT got all the way up to 1478, pulled all the way back down to 1380, dropped a dollar. It's come up a little bit, but again, choppy. Look at the SPY. Look how choppy the SPY has been. Choppy meaning if you look at a 15-minute candle of the SPY, you see all these topping tails and bottoming tails. I think this is another Argentinian stock, I believe. Yes, no, I'm sorry, this is Brazil. Excuse me, this is Brazil, not Argentina. ERJ. CNC is on the move here, guys. CNC is on the move. Now, to me, it looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance. CNC, a lot of shares available, 16 million to short at Interactive Brokers. So widespread availability, but it just to me, it looks like it could be coming into a resistance area. I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, so there's the ELOCs got up to 576 and right back down to 538. Big percentage moves, guys. These are really, these are big percentage pullbacks. For me, anything under 20 million is a low flow for me. Okay. But as I always say, depends on what you're used to trading. If you're used to trading Apple, if you're used to trading stocks that have billions in the float, then 100 million would be probably low for you. Not not you, Session, but just in general. But for me, anything under 20, I consider as a low flow. Some would say, less than that, and that's fine. There's no real definition. Good, okay, weeks. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Hot is what's happening with crypto. I haven't even been watching crypto that much. Wow, look at Hut. So this is actually an earnings play. Okay, Hut is an earnings play. HUT, crypto play. How is Schlumberger doing? SLB trade of the week. So it hasn't. I don't think it is triggered. Nope, did not trigger. Remember, the trigger is $60, guys. And I would always, if you're going to trade this, I would always, if you're going to trade the trades of the week, I would always wait for the market to open. Sometimes you'll see that, this in theory could have been above 60 in the pre-market. Anyway, the trade of the week is SLB. The trigger is $60. Did not hit it. Got up to what, 59.64. So look at TSAT, guys. Now look at TSAT. This is how, you know, we talk about a difficult trade. I mean, look at this. It got all the way down to 1383. It's now popped right back up to 15. If it ever settles down, I have to take a look left on that weekly chart to see where the next highs are. Yeah, looks like 15 could be a bit of a block here, guys. 1520 is 1520, 1519 is the high. This is over a year ago, last June. Could block it. If it gets through 1520, then the next highs are around 17. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert right around there, because if it does take out 1520 or so in a big way, and it keeps moving, I mean, and it's got a ton of room still on the weekly chart for TSAT. Wait, what a thumping for INOQ. It's got to be the 14 that Goldman put on it, even though other analysts have got it higher. But I don't know that Goldman. I don't see any other news for Ion Q. EW on the move here, guys. A nice day on Friday. EW, nice day on Friday. A little bit on the move. The 200-day moving average appears to be far enough away. 81 and a half. So almost like $2 away. HYRU. I haven't seen that one for a while. HYRU from Sunny Days in our room. HYRU. Is that the right symbol? Or is that some acronym I'm supposed to know? Have your is that how is it, don't tell me that's how are you or something. Yeah, you have to really I don't mean forget about TSAT, but I mean it is so hard to trade right now. I mean, look, it's just yeah, I'm like I'm not going to take it. I wasn't going to take it until maybe it hit that 15-20 mark and then see what would happen, but just way too hard to trade for me anyway. Okay, guys, pen looks interesting. It's over the whole number. It got obviously got some room up to 25. Okay, and it's one of these ones that is just nice recovery. Basically moving with the market. Look at the market. Pen is interesting, guys. And I say the longer it holds over 24, I don't think there's any specific news for today other than the bottom fishing right now. There's another one on the move, guys. I think CTSH, another one making a strong move. The next high looking left, 70.73. So this, I mean, it could stall there. It takes that out. 71.43. I'm continuing to watch the pen here, guys. The longer I might take this if it gets like a bid 24.10. I get the bid on at 24.10. Put a whole number stop on it. See what happens. That's for the PENN. Odd. Wow, odd is taking it on the chin right now, guys. Odd is not an all-time low. This started trading as odd a few weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. Israeli stock, ODD. Hey, pen, guys. Pen, pen, pen. Okay, a minute. Let's see what happens here. 24.10. If it gets anywhere close to 24, I'm out. The PFIE, I don't think I saw this one in the pre-market. It was chopping around like a lot of stocks is chopping around. Maybe, look at the market now. It's going to help the pen trade a bit. PFIE, any news on this one? I don't see any news on PFIE. How is China doing? K-Web. I saw NIO was very weak this morning in the pre-market, NIO. So China is, yeah, I mean, nothing really happening with China today. Okay, paradox. I didn't see it, but that's okay. Okay, guys, RVNC is a gap up and reverse. RVNC, gap up and reverse. Now we're for RVNC, the next low looking left is wow, it's got some room. I'd put 50 cents to the next low looking left of Friday. Hey, Pen, just move a little bit. I'm not expecting a ton from you, but just a little bit. Okay, maybe keep an eye on Cliff, guys. CLFF. I mean, it's holding 15. Excuse me. It's an interesting reaction. I guess they put a $35 bid in for US Steel X, and US Steel rejected it. So on that news, it went down, but now it's back up. This is CLF. So holding 15. I mean, the next high looking left is 1572. So it obviously has room. It's a big float, half a billion in the float. It does have some room though. Well, it's easier to get into the room weeks, but I mean, well, once you're in the other trading room, it's no big deal. I mean, it's not like the other. I mean, it's sure it takes maybe a couple of extra steps to get into the main room, but okay, guys, RVNC. Well, Penn is just sort of putting me to sleep here, guys. I'm slightly under. I'm in at 24.10. So if it gets anywhere close to 24, I'm out. Just move on. Well, Vasco, VSCO. Okay, this is over 21 now. Well, this ELOX continues to be pretty strong, guys. It had a pullback. ELOX had a pullback. This is from the daily reversals, as we now call it, the daily reversals. Now, you would think it's coming into a lot of resistance right around 6. Now, as I say, I'm backing off anything to do with Hawaii, guys. I'm not going to attempt to take advantage of that. That's just personal. So, if you're wondering why I'm not talking about HE, RVNC guys. Now this is that below now? 1872. So it's right at that low of Friday. Okay. And the next low underneath is 1811. So it would still have some room if it can take out that 1872. I'm talking about the RVNC. All right, Penn, make your move for me now. Oh, HPQ. Look at HPQ, guys. Wow. I mean, if this takes out 32, the next low looking left is 3103. So we'll have about $1 to the next low for HPQ. Okay. Well, it's giving me a little bit now. I'm looking for, I'd love to see it get into the 30s somehow for the pen. All right. ACHR showing up on my option scanner, abnormal option activity scanner. And I, an HPQ guys on a 32 break. We'll have some room down to the next low, about $1. HPQ. That'd be a big break. Look at this daily chart. Look at all the daily activity right there for HPQ. This is not an earnings play. Trying to see if there's any specific news. Okay, I see that brush was halted and then resumed. Okay. Um, just watching my pen, guys, to see if I can get into the 30s, 2430-ish. Why is 2430 Important to me? Well, if I've got a 10-cent stop, I want to see if I can make at least a 1 for 2, which would be 24.30. 1 for 2 risk reward. I'm in at 24.10. Now, at this point, if it gets back down to where I bought it, 24.10-ish, I'm out. Okay, I'm not going to wait for a 24, of course, at this point, and that's for the pen, PENN. Hey, RVNC on a bit of a bounce now, guys. 1957. Let's see, RVNC on a bit of a bounce now. It did get down to almost, well, it got down to that low of Friday, and it sort of has bounced off that. Just watching RVNC. I'm actually looking maybe to play this on a bounce or not. I mean, it's the longer it holds over 19. Is there a fill the gap scan? I wouldn't call it exactly a fill the gap scan, but the daily reversal is kind of a fill the gap scan. Okay, Jamie. The problem is that for me, I have a custom formula in it, which means that when I get an alert, and there only been two so far today. When I get the alert, there's at least 50 cents until the next high if I'm going want to go long, or 50 cents to the next low if I want to short it. So, but it does require a custom formula. So technically, there is not a fill the gap scan, but the daily reversals. I mean, you when you if you now only two so far today, only two daily reversals today. So when you click on it, so when you click on ELOX as an example, just one moment, please. Yeah, it's called daily reversals, Jamie. It's called daily reversals. Okay, I put that in on Friday. So you can see now you'll have more alerts than I will. Okay, because again, I have a custom formula in here. Unfortunately, it's just not copyable. But you can see with ELOCs at 548, one of the triggers is it has to be above the high of the day before. And then when I look left, 548, add 50 cents to it, well, the next high is 614. So that's why I got that alert for me. You will get the same alerts. But you'll get more because my custom formula says it has to, when I look left, it has to be at least 50 cents to the next high away on the daily chart. If that all makes sense to you. I can give you the formula, but you have to know how to create a custom formula. So I don't think, anyway, you won't get so many alerts here anyway, regardless of not having the custom formula. It's just a matter of then clicking on it. And then, if you see enough room looking left, then you can take the trade if you want. Okay, now this mentioned the CNC earlier, guys. So this looks to me anyway that it's coming into some resistance, not that far away. I mean, the high up here a few days ago was 67.32. So we have some highs between the current price of 67 and 67.32. That could stall it. There's many, many, many shorts available. This is a big, large cap company. Okay, guys, not getting too many new alerts now. ACHR Archer, so they did a financing, closing oversubscribed, $250 million that they raised. So I had the big day on Friday, but then the big sell off. I mean, it popped up to almost 7, but then it sold off right back down to 570. Okay, so CLF is inching its way up a little bit. CLF, all to do with US Steel X. Okay, so CLF is inching its way up. I guess it's got the room, 1571. The longer it holds over 15, it's a big float, half a billion in the float. You mentioned TPIC earlier, TPIC. Looks like this is still moving down. Yeah, TPIC all-time low. Wow, TPIC all-time low now. TPIC. It's not going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown because the relative volume is too low, but doesn't mean it's not shortable just because it's not showing up. Come on, Pen, give me another 3 cents. Okay, RVNC. RVNC. I'm just kind of waiting on this one to see if it's going to have a bit more of a bounce. Does have a little bit of room to 1958 or so. I'm holding out for that penny. There we go. Okay, now let's take a look at Penn. Vasco, guys. Vasco is really strong. The next high looking left is got a little bit of room actually. Actually, it's got a lot of room. Vasco's got some room. I know it's Victoria's Secret, but I'm going to call it Vasco. Easier to say. 2166 is. I'm sorry. I thought that was 2266. So it's got some room. What about 40 cents? 40 cents to the next high. Ah, there you go. HRYU, not whatever you had before. HRYU. I was racking my head trying to think, is this some kind of an acronym I'm not familiar with? HRYU. Next high looking left, obviously it started trading as HRYU 2 days ago, a couple of weeks ago, maybe. Next high, 831. So it's got some room. Yes. And it just got halted. No, I didn't. I didn't see it. Hmm. Look at the market, guys. Nice move on the market now. Nice move. DGTX, another one moving. I don't know if it's moving with the market, but another one. Let's take a look left. 1070. Yeah, so 1070. So to me, it's got too much resistance between 1070 or the current price and 11. Yes, Michael. Yes, Michael. I bought pen 24, 24 at 24.10. Okay, I'm not going to get crazy. I've taken some off, guys. I know I was all there wasn't enough trading at 24.30 for me to get out enough, but I've taken some off now, so not quite a 2 to 1, 1 for 2. It's an earnings play, Victoria's Secret. Okay, here we go. So here's all sorts of rumors, hearing traders circulating a rumor saying there's a potential big activist in the company that is for VSCO, Victoria's Secret. Hey guys, CLF is inching its way up. CLF inching its way up that 15. Ah, I missed out on the RVNC. RVNC. A little bit choppy though. Come on, 15. Yeah. So this got down to 1680. Now it's popped up. Ah, shoot. UCAR guys showed up on the daily reversal and I've missed it. Showed up at 514. Let's take a look at where it could go. See, there's something wrong with my custom formula. It's not, 'cause the next high is 540, and that is not 50 cents away. So we have to figure out what's going on. I still want, I mean, it doesn't have to have the custom formula in it, but I don't know why it's not picking this up. Should be 50 cents away the next high when we get the alert. I think the only reason I talk about the float though is, you've got to be careful. That's all. If you're in a low float situation, look at the market. Holy smokes. What a, I don't want to call it recovery, but what a pop here. Just to be so aware though, if you're in a low float trade, you just can't wander away from your computer. If you're an Apple trade, you probably can wander away. Hey, Pen, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm sure it's moving. I mean, the market's helping. There's no question the market is helping. A nice little recovery for he now, guys. Let's see what it does at 20. Can it get over 20? Okay, guys, that's it for me and Penn. Okay, I've got over the 30 mark. So that's it for me and Penn. Basically took it out as it was coming right back down to 30. So, I mean, nothing unbelievable, but I'll take it. 24.10, sold some at 24.26 and 24.32. And that's it. So approximately a 2 to 1 on the trade with both those trades. Or I should say 1 for 2 risk reward. Wow, look at this one. IDYA. IDYA. Look at the room it's got underneath. 2167 is the next low looking left for IDYA. This takes out 24. I will be very interested. I'm going to put an alert around 2388 for IDYA. hmm Make sure a lot of shorts available, 1.5 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. And of course, I always mention that just well, first of all, if I to see if I can short it, number one. But when I look, if I see a stock that has, several million available Interactive Brokers, I have to assume that most brokers have got shares available for this one. This Valvoline, VVV, Valvoline, guys. Ooh, this is interesting. Next high looking left is 34.87. There is room. Oh, here's another one. Look at EBIX, guys. This is showing up again. Now, up big yesterday. I mean, it was up. I'm sorry, the week. It was up big yesterday on Friday. Okay. Now it's giving it up. And of course, this one definitely, when you look left, it is below the 50 cents away. Hey guys, definitely interested in the VVV, Valvoline. The longer it holds over 34, that'll get me interested. And of course, it's all about looking left, and it has some room to move. The 200-day is at 34.89. The VWAPs, well, it's above the VWAP, of course, but the 200-day moving average is far enough away for me. Ooh, I'm looking to short EBIX, but okay. I'm looking to short EBIX. So I won't go against you, Goods. I won't go against you. So I'm looking to short it though. Valvoline guys, VVV in. And this came from the option activity, abnormal option activity. The scan was at the first price alert was at 34.16. So I'm in it now, just over that 20 mark. Again, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. I'm just pointing out the opportunities. If it makes sense, if it meets your trading plan, then you can go for it. If not, pass. And if you don't have a trading plan, you better get one. Well, I shouldn't say get one. You should develop your own trading style and plan. So all I can speak for, Ron, the question is external linking. It has remained external linking for me with Interactive Brokers, and almost doesn't matter how I close it down, but the external linking has remained constant. So I don't have to do it every day. But if you have to do it every day, it takes about 5 seconds. So I don't know who you're linking with, Ron. If it is TD Ameritrade, then I think you have to do it every day. I don't think there is a way. But if you're trying to link with external link with Interactive Brokers, the link should remain. Now, I think you have to do it every day, Ron. For Thinkorswim, I think you have to do it every day. No, no getting around that one, unless somebody tells me differently. It was a good exit for me on the pen. Oh, boy, this has got some room, guys. I mean, the only problem I'm finding with these daily breakouts or reversals, daily reversals, sometimes they can look extended, to say the least. But it's got room. What I what I'd rather see if it just rests just a little bit here. What a market lift, guys. This has been almost straight up since the market opened. Little pause right there. So almost an hour and a half. Speaking of which, my goodness, it's 10:52 already. So let me take a look or I'll show you what you can find on my homepage, including all the scans that I'm sharing. Look how many on the 15-minute chart. Look how many 15-minute candles straight up. Hit it, okay? Look, with without any sort of a pause. I mean, at some point you have to think that there's going to be maybe some profit taking. That doesn't mean it's going to not keep going up from here, but when you get 4:55, well, 4 15-minute candles straight up, that's an hour. Again, it doesn't mean that they can't keep moving higher, of course, but in my ideal world is that it would rest a little bit, maybe even pull back a little bit and then take it out again because I love all the room it's got when you look left. 2127 is the next high looking left. Okay, guys, I put my homepage link in. This is what you'll find when you click on it. It'll be at the top here. So a couple of things. If you want to take out a subscription, this is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only. Okay. If you do want a year subscription, I can give you a better promo, 25% off. Okay. But if you want to go month, and first of all, I would not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can always go month to month for a while. And then later on, if you want to take out an annual, great. Getting started. You must do the getting started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. Runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, our top lists, and our alert windows. Okay, you must do that. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. It is free, of course. The trade of the week is free. You can sign up for that also. Trade of the week this week is SLB. I don't think it is triggered. The trigger is $60. Well, actually, with this market run, let's just take a look. Has it triggered? The trigger is $60. No, still has not triggered. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder. Okay. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. But don't get overwhelmed by what's in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. But again, there's that getting started. You want more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, about the stock racing. I would also take a look at how to create a price alert on a chart. Super simple to do, and I use it all the time. Getting started section again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday. It should be Chris Varley. I will verify that before I do take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the room before I take my break. And again, if you want my scans and you click on my homepage link, just scroll down until you see the scan section. These are the scans that I am sharing right now. Some of them you see on my monitor, shared monitor. You don't see this. The pre-market actives up and down. You will see it if you're with us 9 o'clock before the market opens. That's what I'm looking at. The pre-market actives up and down. There's the halts resumes over here. This is the momentum up and down right here. And this is the abnormal option activity is right here. Yeah, I'm going to penalize goods for not allowing me to short EBIX because I didn't want to go against him because he went long. But it was a good short so far. Now, the ones you don't see, the 10-day daily breakouts right here. Okay. But I'm sharing them. You don't have, but I cannot overwhelm the monitor that I'm sharing with all sorts of different alerts. And then the up big yesterday. Well, I still have it, but this is it right there. The daily reversals. Okay. It's sort of both of these scans in one. Well, actually, this is it. Okay. I just renamed it daily reversals. Look at the EBIX. Woohoo. And this is the don't repeat version. Okay. So there's the first alert we had for EBIX at 1401 for a potential short. Anything in yellow is a potential short. Anything in light blue is a potential long. And what I do, I put them side by side. I like to have, this is the don't repeat version. Okay, I should have it, change the name of this, don't repeat, but you can see the first time the alert happened, and then I can go back and say, okay, what did it do from there? Look at the UCAR. Holy smokes. UCAR, the first alert was at 5:14. It is 6:31 now, guys. And look how many alerts you get. Not many. You're not overwhelmed with alerts. So this is a daily reversal. Okay. In fact, what I'll do now, because I'm going to be displaying this, I'll change the name. For you guys, the name is already changed on my homepage, but this is now called daily reversal. Okay. And then I'm just going to rename this. This is the don't repeat version of it. Well, if I could spell, oh, come on, capital. Hmm, he's going crazy with my keyboard. Okay. Okay. So back to the my homepage. So if you are going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Okay. The reason being is that this is a free room. We want to keep it that way. And when you take out a subscription using my link, then the room gets credit. Credit meaning that the company knows, okay, people are interested, they're watching the room, they're taking out subscriptions from the room, and it pays for itself. Okay, so if you decide to take out a subscription, all I ask is that you use that promo code. You can save my homepage link. Want to take out a subscription tomorrow, next week, next month, next year? That's fine. Just use that. Just save my homepage link and then use that code. Also, if you save my homepage link, then you'll have access to my scans, which I do change up from time to time, and the big education section. No paradox. You took out a subscription using somebody else's promo, and so which is fine. So consequently, the room will never get credit for it, but that's fine. So I look at EBIX. Holy smokes! Goods. I hope you're out of the trade now. Let's take a look at Nova and see if it's super. NOVA, next high looking left, 1678. It's got some room. Wow, EBIX is just getting crushed here, guys. Again, the next low looking left. I mean, this is what the attractive part of it was. 1171. It still has room. So the Valvoline is yeah, just kind of hanging around a little under where I bought it. Okay. Thanks, Phil. I just say things that pop into my head, whether people get them or not. That's okay. FTRE, FTRE. Okay, this is a recovery now, guys. This is a recovery. This is an earnings play. It's still down for the day. Big. It's down 10% for the day still. It's an interesting observation, Denver. In that case, that is an interesting. I actually hadn't really heard about the cause of it, potential cause of it anyway. Michael, I have no idea what it would mean with your broker. If you're trying to go long something, it's almost impossible that there are no shares left. Okay. If you're trying to short something, but that doesn't make sense. That's not the error message you would get if you're trying to short something and you don't have shorts available, at least not at Interactive Brokers. But I can't help you. I have no idea who your broker is who's giving you that message. I don't think I've ever seen a message like that for me. So, but there's no way that when it says no, if you're trying to go long something, there's no way you'd get a message that there's no shares left. It's well, I would say it's impossible you'd get a message like that. But who's your broker? Okay, who's your broker? It's possible that you know, it's possible that that's what your broker says when there's no shorts available. It's not what my broker says, but so I can't really help you. Okay, I've never seen that with IB. For instance, if I look at TSHA as an example, and there are no shorts available, all it says is this: the contract will be available for short sale if the shares can be located. So for me, that means there's no shares available right now. I have no idea. I've never seen that with IB. What's the symbol? Give me the symbol that it showed up at. I'll see if I get the same thing. Well, certainly there are shorts available, so that's not. So I don't know. I can't help you there for X and VVVV. Can't help you there. I mean, is it possible that you don't have a margin account? I don't know. I you'd have to talk to IB on that one. I don't know because I'm not getting that message for either. Well, of course I'm long VVV, so I'm glad you can't short it. But no, seriously, I can't. I have no idea why that would be happening for you. All right, guys, let's see. Well, VVV showed up on my option scanner, Travis. So if it shows up on my option scanner, I don't care. I'll take a look at it. Eat. Okay, eat is another. Look at this one, guys. Now that through the excuse me 200-day moving average, the next low looking left for eat is 34.78. It's got room. So for me, let's see if it can take out 36. I'm going to put an alert around 35.89. See if it takes out 36. And then if it does, it's got some room down here to 34.88. If there's any news in this Valvoline, I just really, it's not an earnings play. No, there's the KVUE guy. So this is supposed to be added to the S&P 500. Correction to J&J's $40 billion what to know. Yes, Michael, we know all about the CLF and the X. I think this one had a big run on Friday, didn't it? NAAS. Yes, it did. Very choppy though, looking at this daily chart. Might want to keep an eye on X, guys. I mean, it's an emotional stock, of course, with this rejection of the $35 buyout offer from CLF. It's holding 29, trying to hold 29. Obviously, the next high looking left is way up here, a couple of dollars away. Okay, so Krogan, so the question is, it's based on, I think it's based on risking $100 a trade. Okay, so if you click on tools, okay, and so the question in our YouTube room, what are the variables used to set the smart risk levels? I don't have them on here, so let me just get them on here though. Hmm? Now, why is that grayed out? Give me a moment here. It shouldn't matter, but hmm. Well, you can adjust it here. Okay, if you go up to tools and then options and then go to AI trade size. Okay, here's where you can adjust it based on a stop loss or shares per trade or dollars per trade. But I'm trying to figure out why this is grayed out for me now. Wow. Okay, Valvoline. Nice little move now. I believe the default is risking $100 a trade. I believe, but I'm trying to figure out why is that grayed out for me. Got to be a reason. Let me just see if it is because of the difference that I. No, I don't know why this is grayed out for me. I don't use the smart, I don't use it, so it's not a big deal to me. But well, take a look at HE guys. I mean, regardless who's at fault here, right now as a trade, this is looking interesting because it is now over $20, and of course it has a ton of room. Ah, okay. I just had to do a, refresh or reset my account for some reason. So now the smart risk levels will show. Again, I don't use them, but now at least I can see them. The Valvoline VVV reminds me a little like the pen. It's just inching its way up, taking its time. I'm not in the pen anymore. And both X and CLF are inching their way up. Yeah, Vicky, of course, any scan, I mean, any scan you've got can be used for reversals if that's what you want to do, of course. Anything that gets so super extended, just a matter of, I'm just not great at the timing, trying to figure out, okay, where is a stock considered oversold and where is it overbought? Yeah, I know we have RSIs and all that, but it's just not. Look at Penn. I mean, Penn is actually, I wish I were still in it, of course, but okay. So okay, so it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room today. In about 40 minutes from now, Michael and Chris have swapped. Getting that message now. So Ron, nothing really changed. All I've done, and you guys, you don't have to do the same thing, but all I've done is, I had the four alert windows in here, the four scans, and I've just unchecked the 300s. Okay. That's all. So I only have the 150s checked. Okay. So that's why you're not seeing like a green color here for Valvoline, probably, if that makes sense. Probably what I should do is, but it's up to you. I mean, when I say you, I mean, just because this is what I'm doing, okay, doesn't mean you have to do the same thing. Some people might want to say, you know what, I only want to see it when it hits 300%, three times normal. Okay. I've chosen just to put the 150. Um, yeah, just found it was getting too many alerts. I mean, the color, at 150, 150 seemed to be good enough. I didn't have to see when it hit 300. For instance, let's take a look at Valvoline right now. Yeah, so I mean it hit 150 early, and so why I don't have to see it at 300% also, if that makes sense. So I mean, there's no reason, it's just it's all personal preference. But that's why I did not want to take out the 300, because some people might say, well, you know what? I only want to see the abnormal option activity when it's three times normal. This is, 150 is one and a half times normal. But of course, that one and a half times normal, it could be on its way to three, four, 10 times normal over the course of the day. Okay. So that's why I didn't take it out. But, you can either, if you want to see exactly what I'm seeing, you just uncheck the 300s, if that makes sense. Remember, remembering, and this is just a general statement. All the scans that I'm sharing, there is no right or wrong. Okay. I mean, you can take my scans and you can adjust them to a different price range, a different minimum volume, add a filter, take out a filter. These are templates that I'm giving to you. It's what I like to see, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. So, Michael, you're obviously not getting that message for EBIX regarding invalid quote or whatever. You're adding to be, excuse me, sorry guys, something went down the wrong way. RGTI, that's actually a good one from our AI. Our AI is having a reasonable day today, guys. Here are the alerts. This is part of our premium service. I don't display it because obviously people who, excuse me, have our premium service, it would not be fair to them. All right, guys. So here's a bit of a bounce play now for the AMC. You've got to read the news. You know the ape thing has been, I guess, approved now. So AMC is down huge. Ape is up. Ape will disappear. These AMC shareholders will be diluted horribly, but you know what? It is what it is. What am I not showing? What do you mean by that, Travis? You're talking about in the this the abnormal option activity. I just haven't got checked. Remember, multi-strategy window. It has scans in it. You're gonna have as many scans as you want in theory. I've got 4 scans in here. I've unchecked the moving higher at 300% and lower at 300%. That's all I've done. We just uncheck them. So I'm only going to see it when it hits 150, and no, and I'm not going to worry about it when it hits 300 also. It cleans this up a bit. It was getting too many colors coming in here for me. Oh, that was the AI. Yeah, I'm not showing it. Well, I gave a brief glimpse of it, okay? But I don't display it. Just to show people what it looks like. Boy, that 10, I got out way too soon, obviously. Just guys, HE is now approaching, excuse me, HE is now approaching 21. Oh, I missed this one. AMSC. Now this has got some room, but 10, it might be tough for it to take out 10. AMSC. When I say missed it, I mean the alert was at 958. Is that 990 now? The alert happened at 1106. Look how few alerts we've had. These are the only daily reversals today so far, okay? Very few alerts, which is the way it should be. I guess Nvidia must be moving higher because this is what you buy when you want to short Nvidia, but it's moving down. So Nvidia must be moving higher. Let's take a look at NVDL. So these are special ETFs created just for Nvidia. So if you don't want to trade the stock, at though this is a pretty elevated price, you can buy NVDL and it's like buying the stock NVDA. Tesla is TSLL for long and TSLS for short. Vicky. Hey guys, what time is it now? 11:32. So in about 30 minutes, I will be taking my break, and Michael Noss will be doing Monday. He's swapping with Chris. Chris will do tomorrow. Al- Alberto, yes. HE guys, this is really nice now. I mean, this is really lifting here. The next high looking left, way up here at 24. As I said, I would not short these, anything to do with Hawaii, but I have no problem going long, obviously. Wow, look at Maxon. So this is another reversal. Now, this is not the daily reversal because it would have to take out the high of Friday, but this is a reversal in happening, of course, at MAXN. And Hawaiian Airlines is doing the same sort of thing as HE is doing, guys, HA. And this is now above. So this takes out 10, could have a bit of a run in it. 1061 is the 200-day moving average. 1066 actually. Excuse me, actually 1066 is the 200-day moving average for Hawaiian Airlines. All right, guys. So there's Maxon, MAXN. Where was the alert? 1561. So it hasn't moved that much yet. 1561 was the alert. I'll just see a ton of room over here. 1796. 18 is the next high looking left on the daily chart, showing up on my abnormal option activity scanner. Okay, guys, I took some off in the mid 30s of the VVV. Okay. I'm in at 34.20. No fantastic move for me on that one, but not in X. I didn't never got into the X, but again, inching its way up again, keeps inching its way up from that 25, 29 mark. I think I mentioned it right there around 29 to keep an eye on it. Boy, look at this. Boy, this was what a great one from this. I mean, seriously, look at that. 958 the top or the price, $10 now. I mean, that's over a 50-cent move, or about a 50-cent move. $10 stock, great percentage. I mean, if this takes out somehow, I mean, I 1057. I mean, look left. Look how much room there is. This is the one, oh yeah, right. The group of scientists that have discovered some kind of a superconductor. This was the news for this one, I believe, on that day. That was the rumor anyway. Then of course it got hammered down the following days. Maintain a buy by Roth. See if there's a price range or a price target. Yeah, so it's already there. The $10 is already there. So there's a bounce. So YPF at the very beginning of the day was being hammered down. Again, we've got these elections that are taking place in Argentina. There could be a big disruption there. So YPF was getting hammered down. Big recovery now. Oh, OSPN now, not very much volume yet. Unfortunately, OSPN, but look at the room it's got. Looking left, 1350, 1360. So $2 to the next high for OSPN. Just not a lot of volume. Good spread though, 1139. Oh, it was a good spread. 1139, 1144, not terrible. Guys are talking about GNS. Ugh, ugly though. That's an ugly looking chart, guys, for me anyway. Topping tails and bottoming tails, difficult to difficult to stay in my opinion. Depends where you put your stop, of course, but did Nvidia have news or is this a technical bounce? Well, I'll take a look at Nvidia, see if I can see any news. I don't know if it's to do with the chip situation in China. I really don't know, but I don't know if there's a technical reason, like or a fundamental reason for this, or just as you say, enough is enough and people stepping in to buy it. I don't know. Oh, it doesn't. No, no, no. It doesn't knowingly hurt. No, it's just you know what I mean. Listen, if you guys were trading around 211 or 211, 911, one of the things I would not do is short the airline stocks. I would not try to take advantage of a disaster. That's all. That's just personal. Okay. No, I mean shorting a stock. Yeah, I mean it can hurt the company. Um, in its ability to raise money later and stuff like that. But I mean, but that for me, anything, I'm not going to try to take advantage of what's happening in Hawaii on the negative side. That's all. Yeah, I mean, look at what's happening over there. I mean, it puts everything that you may think is wrong in your life a little bit. Some of the things that, oh my gosh, my internet went out, or anything. I mean, it got to put things in perspective. I mean, I just can't imagine what's happening over there. Okay, guys, let's take a look now at anything else. Boy, this AMSC. I wish I obviously was in it way earlier. Yeah, I'm talking about the fires in Maui. Yeah, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yes, Tupperware. Don't tell me Tupperware is doing its thing again. TUP. All right, 441. So it's got some room, guys. If Tupperware starts getting this nonsense about it, that happened last couple of weeks ago. Yeah, look at this. I mean, you don't want to like you would not want to short NVDS. You can buy NVDL. Okay, I mean you can short it if you want, of course, but better to buy NVDL. Interesting. Look at this NVDS. Very interesting. Now the Nova that I called super, not bad. I mean, it's still I didn't take it, but I mean, I just point out opportunities. Still has some room. If you did take this one, 1685 has about 50 cents to the next high looking left for Nova. Yeah, guys, X and CLF are almost they're just moving in tandem. X and CLF moving together. Yeah, this market is so far only had one little blip here, 10:15, little right here, half an hour later, 10:45, but basically has been up all day and led by the tech stocks, really. Nas is the one leading. In the past, we've seen the Dow has been leading in the techs. So let's just take a look at XLK out of curiosity, the tech ETF. I'm sure it's doing pretty well. Yeah. So look at the beginning of the day or in the pre-market, didn't look that good. But since the market opened, everything is most have moved higher. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 11:49. So Michael will be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. So the question is, do I find more success in trading gap ups with continuation or gap downs with continuation? Thanks. Well, a lot of it will depend on the market too. I mean, look, if the market is right now, in my estimation, probably gap ups and continuation and gap reversals, like gap down and reversals. When the market is doing this today, probably a lot more successful than the reverse. So it really depends on the market conditions. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, keep an eye on Joint, JYNT. This has some room. Okay, excuse me. This has got some room. This has earnings after hours. I think they even had, yeah, they had a little bit of news about somebody becoming the new chief marketing officer. I don't know who this person is, but obviously I don't know who it is, but maybe she's got some clout in the industry. I don't know. But you can see that it has earnings after hours. I'm not saying never, I never hold through earnings, but look at the room it's got, 1278. The longer it holds in over this 11 mark, not trading very much. Like only 200,000 shares. I mean, that's 7 times normal, 7.7 times normal up to this time of day. But the spread, I mean, it's not terrible, 1109, 1115. Just intrigues me that it's popped this much, 10%. And I don't know if it's in advance of, people think it's going to be a great earnings play, or it's because the person became the new marketing officer. Very low. It's very, very low. Yeah, HE now 22. HE 22. The next high looking left on the 15-minute chart. I mean, still got a lot of room. 24 is the next high. That was at 9:15. That's the pre-market high of that 15-minute candle. What about Origin? Okay, Michael in our YouTube room, ORGN. For what though? Long, short, swing, day, you know, same thing. You look left, the next high is 145. If it can take that out, then the next high is 185. So, if you want to take this long, I'd have to wait for that high to be taken out of yesterday or Friday, and then it might have a shot to the 187 mark. Good volume. I mean, 5.8 million, three times normal. So, but again, I'm not saying to take it if it does break that, but I would certainly be waiting for that. Okay, guys, I'm not in anything right now. The Valvoline, I'm out of also, completely out of. So now, and I'm not going to do anything until I get back from my break. Boy, look at this MNSO, another really nice one from the daily. I'm loving these daily reversals. I truly am. Do I see brush as a squeeze play? I don't like to necessarily term anything, call it. I mean, it's 11.9% in the float, or sorry, percent is short. I don't, that is, there's no way it's 87,000. I don't know why our provider has 87,000. I know I've looked this up before on another, I think I saw 4 million or no, 484,000 or something. 430,000. So, I mean, we've got 87. Our provider's got it. So, but whatever it is, 430,000 is still very low. I mean, I don't like to brand things, whether it's a short squeeze or not. Just trade what you see. Where do you see the next high? Always, well, on a daily chart, just look left. So if I'm looking for the next high for brush, BRSH I just look on a daily chart, the D, and then I look left, and the next high is 415. You just have to hover over the candle, and it'll tell you the high and the low. So the high is 415. If I cannot see it on the daily chart, in other words, if the current price being 4 right now, but if I look left and everything was below it, okay, there were no prices that I could see above it, then I look in the weekly chart and see where the next high is. That's why I have a daily and a weekly chart up. as well as the, of course, the 15-minute chart. Okay, guys, 11:56. I am going to put the announcement in. Michael will be there soon in our YouTube room. And here is the link for our YouTube room. Michael's not there yet, but he'll be there momentarily, I'm sure, within 3 minutes. Okay, guys, so I'm going to mute myself in the main room and I'll keep going in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So, yeah, big rebound actually for the YPF after that big collapse early in the morning. So you see, YouTubers, you can see this. So you can see that HE at the beginning of the day was the short opportunity. Again, I did not even look at it as a short, and now it's showing up as a long opportunity. It's not a 3-year chart. No, we don't have that designation, Brian. Okay, it's just a weekly chart. I scroll back. It's not. I can't designate like a 3-year weekly chart as such. We don't have that as a designation. Neither on the daily chart. So it's just a weekly chart, normal weekly chart, And if I can't see, if I couldn't see, if everything on the weekly chart was still below the current price, I could scroll back a little. And if I still couldn't see anything, then I would go to a monthly chart. Monthly chart is pretty dramatic though. If I can't see anything looking left on the daily or the weekly, I probably don't care. Here's another one trying to come back, guys. Myriad should say, MYGN. It is trying to come back. Had a great day on Friday. Continuation today. You look left, 1939. So it's got about $1 till the next high in the daily chart. It really hasn't bothered me, Brian, in terms of that. I know what you mean. It really hasn't bothered me too much. And I think I heard Mr. Michael Noss. Tasha, guys, TSHA making another new high. Is that you, Michael?
That's me.
Okay. Doing the old switcheroo with Chris.
Yeah, he had a meeting, serendipitous. He had a meeting today and I had a meeting tomorrow, so made perfect sense.
Yeah. Okay. So how are you today? What are you doing? Anything exciting stock-wise, or you still waiting for the end of the day?
Mostly waiting for the end of the day. I'm long a lot of things and buying more things with did an okay job of predicting the bounce of the SPY here. It was in a pretty significant area on the chart. So happy to be long and not short.
Yes.
Looking to buy more, I guess, is the.
And still all the major sectors are still above the 200-day moving average for every one of them. So yeah, until we get a breakdown in I remember, I think healthcare is relatively close to the 200-day. I think there was another one. It might have been consumer staples, another one, but still, they're all above. And of course, that's obviously Nvidia helping the tech market today.
Well, yeah, and the other thing to note too with consumer staples and all that um, in scary environments, you'd think they would be relatively outperforming, right? Because
Yes.
you'd want
Yes.
you buy utilities, you buy staples, you buy all this boring stuff,
Yes.
but they're No, it's still it's tech and it's energy right now that's doing really, really well. So
Mhm.
a lot of signs that that we just pulled back and we're bouncing kind of right where we quote unquote should. So
Exactly.
just
Okay, my
nothing.
friend, I'll take off now,
Cool.
and I'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Have fun.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're new here, we just give Barry some much needed time off, take an hour, go hit the pub, drink 24 beers, and hang out to answer questions. So I'll be here for the next hour answering any questions that you guys may have about trade ideas or trading or anything like that. So, as always, we greatly appreciate you asking because we really don't have anything prepared. Because, again, we want to make sure that, again, things are, we have time for questions, right? So, um, now, so if you're not asking, I'm going to end up just doing my work because I was kind of plugging away at some different things all morning with relatively strong morning. Again, the market bouncing right where it quote unquote should if if we want to remain bullish. Let me get my Epic pen to do some drawing. So if this bounce holds on, then I think we're probably going to continue a little higher. I did want to check in on Tesla. No, that's still down today, but it is recovering. Tesla's interesting to me. If anyone saw me on Trader TV this morning, you already got this kind of synopsis. And if you don't, I'm on Trader TV 8:45 Eastern Monday and Friday, and then after the close, so 4 Eastern till like 4:30 Eastern, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So they're a great partner for us. So we like doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, but if you just look at these prior highs right here on the SPY, we broke out, we pulled back to it, we put in a little tiny inside day today or yesterday, and then it looks like we're bouncing off them. So that's kind of what I'm playing. I don't know if this will hold forever, but if we get a nice little bounce off it, then I can be selling some of the swings that I bought. So like ACAD, for example, I bought some of this on Friday as we kind of rallied off of this. This is a prior TI strength name. Right, that high there, and then that high there, and then we pulled into that low right there. So I bought some of this on, on Thursday, and sold a little bit on Friday, just into the close, and then I bought a little bit more today. So I'm watching this one pretty closely. If we could get back up to like $30 on this name, that'd be great. Just risking a little tiny bit to make a bunch. But one thing I did want to show you guys while I wait for questions to roll in is we have a new scan in the Market Explorer. So this one, first of all, if you don't have a Market Explorer window open, you just go new and then down to Market Explorer window. So the point of the Market Explorer is that it gives us the ability internally to build a lot of cool stuff that we can't do in the normal system. And what I think is the benefit, some may think of it as a drawback, but I think as a benefit is that you don't need to customize it because basically everything is built and held server side. So I'm doing a lot of this stuff. And part of the reason for that is because I'm able to build all these crazy things. They all take a whole lot of processing power. So if everybody got their own, little, if everyone got their own kind of way with it, then we would just crush the server, or we'd have to charge a lot of money, right, for the product. So this one is actually, so again, once you open the Market Explorer window, you just right click anywhere in it and hit select strategy. And these are under pattern recognition. So I'm still tweaking these. So they may get kind of better over time, but basically just type based. So I did some kind of cheeky work with some Donchian channels and ATR to kind of do the math behind these. But the daily and the weekly ones are working phenomenally. So I need to post those out. So the idea basically is that the whatever's going on over the last, I guess we can just go through it. So if I put indicators, so Donchian channels are basically combining The highs, it's basically an indicator that tracks kind of the high and the low for whatever period you put in. I put in a 20 period on a weekly chart, that's 6 months. On a daily chart, that's 1 month. Um, and the idea is that this is kind of the way Nicholas Darvis traded. This is the turtle trading system with Richard Dennis, did a lot around Donchian channels, which is why I talked to you guys about this before when I was on. The idea basically, again, being that if you have these Donchian channels being relatively tight, just means there's like a tight base going on in the stock. It means that the 20-day high and the 20-day low are really, really close together, right? So we have this kind of range going on right in here. And so by doing that, by basically saying, I don't want the high of the channel or the low of the channel be any more than a certain period of ATR, then I'm able to go through and just quickly make things that have nice kind of tight bases going on. So like this BAM, for example, this Brookfield Resources, you can see just the nice tight base going on. And this is great for anyone who just wants to be very, very like robotic and trend following about their trading. These tight bases, I think, are absolutely phenomenal for that, because basically all you're saying is that I want the stock to have some sort of tight base, and then I'm going to wait for a breakout of that base one way or the other. And it takes, again, a lot of these are really great for kind of like newer traders and things like that. So and then I have it sorted by position in all these, right? 20-day range, 1 year range, all this kind of stuff. So the idea on them is simply, right, if you like something like Denny's, you have just a simple tight base going on here. You could wait for it to break out of the highs or out of the lows, and that's for the weekly time frame. And then we actually have this now for a couple different time frames. So if we go into daily here, grab a daily chart, right, you can see a lot of these things are getting kind of really, really tight. So this OLLI, you can see how tight this one is, and it's just breaking out today. So this would be a very, very turtle trading kind of a setup. Like, again, really, really systematic you can get with these things. You can say, okay, I'm going to buy um, OLLI if it breaks out of, because if you look at the weekly chart, it's in a nice strong uptrend, put in a nice tight base, looks like it's breaking out of that today. So you could either zoom into a lower time frame chart, try to get a little bit pickier of an entry, or you could just say, hey, if it closes now outside of this this base, then I'm going to buy some. And my stop, whenever you're trading these, could either be right under the prior lows, right under the base, or if you want to trade tighter like I would probably just put a stop kind of like right in this area right there. Then your goal is that you get some sort of breakout or expansion, understanding that breakout trading like this naturally has a less than 50-50 win rate, right? It's just kind of the nature of it. Now, if you get really good with picking these things, maybe you can get higher than that. Maybe you can get to 50-50 or higher, but the point of it is, right, if you're buying something as it's breaking right here and your stop's right there, then your stop is so tight on these plays that any kind of move you can make 3-4 times your risk, right? And that's kind of the goal with base break systems like this. So yeah, so just open the Market Explorer. Again, just new, and then Market Explorer window, and then just right click and it's under the pattern rec. So we have bull flag, bear flag, and now we have these tight bases. And this is this section right here, which I'm really going to look in the future to expand out, in which I'm looking to grow this section out quite a bit with the idea just being that double bottoms, double tops, head and shoulders, that type of thing for pattern recognition nerds out there. This one's just kind of the easiest one. And again, we have intraday. So for example, AMAT is putting in a pretty tight base. You can see right here, right, just right going on in this area. So you could take a look at that, and maybe you're, bearish on AMAT because of a longer term horizon or something. It has earnings soon, but if you wanted to use this for intraday, we have built the intraday ones as well, right? You can see the really tight base here on MCHP. Again, it's using cheeky work with indicators, so it may not be perfect all the time, but that's part of the problem is if you take math and you make it and you put it into you're trying to take a picture, make it math, then you're going to get it most of the time, but sometimes you won't. So, like Visa, for example, right? If you're bullish on Visa for the day, there's your kind of bull flag type pattern going on. So, what I've noticed the couple days I've been testing it is, of course, you're not going to get much from the 5 minute one in the morning because there's not a lot of tight bases in the morning, right? In the morning, everything's going crazy. So if you're someone who trades the afternoon or the evening or something like that, which I know there's a lot of people out there that do, they want to wait for the market to calm down. I think this would be a good one. Then there's the 30-minute one, which is something that I've been playing with quite a bit for swing trading, select strategy, pattern rec, 30 minutes. Is there anything on there right now? So FND. So FND is getting a little tight. This one's not really anything. I don't think that interests me, right now. But I actually took Cocoa. Is it? Yeah, Cocoa. I bought some of this today. Let's go into the 30-minute chart. It came through the scanner like right here. Before this candle closed, just saying, hey, it's getting really, really tight here on the 30-minute chart. And that's probably because a lot of this tightness that was going on in through here. So I just zoomed out to the daily chart and I said, okay, this is an interesting daily chart where it gapped up on earnings. It came down, it tagged that support, but then it bounced off and it's kind of basing. So it's doing the same kind of look on the daily chart. So I actually bought a little bit. I own a little bit of Cocoa just right over today's high. The idea being that if we can get over 28 or over this day's high, I'll probably add to it. And, I'm wrong right under here, right? So yeah, I'm not risking very much. So again, it's a new scan. I'm still going to tweak it. The daily and the weekly look and work really well. The intraday stuff, I'm just going to watch it for a few days and see if there's any tweaks that has to be made. I would imagine what's going to happen is that they're probably not going to be the best scans in the morning because again, the market's always just going wild in the morning, so there's not a lot of tight bases. But again, for people who are looking to swing trade, I think the 30-minute and the daily chart will be great. And then for people who are looking to day trade, but maybe you're looking to day trade in the afternoon, I think it will start to probably present on that 5-minute chart in the afternoon. It'll probably start to present a lot of nice tight bases, and then you can go through and see kind of what you want to go from there, right? If I wanted to make a list of 5 stocks, figure out how many times over the course of 5 years they made a 5% move in the day. How would I do that? You can't do that in Trade Ideas at this time. Um, you would just have to go through and count, right? I would say if your stocks are, in play stocks at all, like Apple, Nvidia, Tesla, this kind of thing, then they probably made a 5% move every time they reported earnings, right? And then some. Um, so no, that would be a more data mining type question. I don't know how you would gain any trading edge off of that, but if you're just looking for the data, you'd have to be able to just export 5 years worth of data for those 5 stocks and then go from there. Yeah, so that's a new scan. Again, I'm playing with. I'm just going to leave it open here. while we talk. If we have to go to different scans, I'll just duplicate it. But so far, right, it's like this cocoa's done has done really well for me because I was in at basically 27, I think. Yeah, so it's like 27.02. I put out a stop limit, and then the low of this candle was my stop. And you know, if this thing starts to materialize and we get up to 30 or so, then the risk reward ratio is just insane, which is for me in trading. The only thing I look for is risk reward ratio, right? That's all I care about is, can I grab one and get a couple good ones a year? And ELF is an example I use where, um, right, if you would, if this was the only thing you did this year is bought ELF on a breakout and you figured out a way to hold it, then triple plus your money is a couple of those a year. One of those a year should be all you need. So other than that, work gets really close on the web version, so we're going to be pushing that out. Uh, Not going to give a time because we were supposed to do it in the beginning of the month, but of course, right, like with anything, bugs and this and that and the other thing. But I suspect you're going to see that in the next week or two, and that's great. I've been using it a bunch for just keeping an eye on things when I'm doing other stuff. It works on the phone, it works on the iPad. You know, its functionality is a little bit limited right now, but it looks really, really nice. It's really, really user friendly. It's limited in some ways, and in other ways, it actually has more functionality in the downloaded version. And then we're going to expand it out. So, like the Market Explorer is going to get in there, and price alerts are going to get in there. And as soon as that occurs, then you'll just see me using the web version 100% of the time. Which for a Mac nerd like me who tries to get a lot of work done on my iPad when I'm outside, I think this is something that's super, super cool. Um, yeah, ELF still kind of looks good. This is why, I know I mentioned it before. This is why overextended does not exist, right? Because this thing just going. Other than that, let's see what's going on out there. So the SPY again, we mentioned, is bouncing kind of right where it should. If I go to my ETF watcher here, let's do position and 5-day range. This is just how I sort what's strong and what's weak. So we have metals doing really well. XLV is healthcare. So if metals are doing well, is it gold that's doing well? And no, it's just kind of barely holding on. I tweeted this out on the weekend. I think it's a really interesting look. Is if you take the anchored VWAP on gold from the lows right here in November of last year, and then just trying to draw it out, just make it easier to see. We had support there, we had support in through here, then we had support right here, and maybe support right here. So I do have my eyes on gold, but more specifically, some gold names. So SSRM, for example, which is a gold and silver miner, came up on that tight base scan on I'll actually duplicate this, put that there so I can keep an eye on it. That tight base scan on the daily chart. I wonder if it's still there. Should be. Yeah, SSRM right there. The idea being, when it comes to commodities, and even when it comes to same thing I do with Bitcoin, is you're generally better off getting a little bit more juice in kind of the miners and things like that, as opposed to actually the underlying currency. Gold may move, if gold moves 10-20%, that's a massive move in gold. But if you pick the right gold miner, and gold moves 10%, it's probably going to move 20-30%, right? And this is a trade I know I took live with you guys when I was here. But this Mara, when it broke out of this level right here, I picked some up live on the show, and that was just a monster. So I'm actually still watching that. If we can use BITO as a Bitcoin kind of proxy. Right. So Bitcoin's been just battling with like this level right here, which lines up to be about 30,000 or so on Bitcoin. So it's just one of those things. If Bitcoin starts moving, right, if we start to kind of hold here and start to push up, then I think, looking at Riot or Mara, like these miners, you're going to get way more squeeze, because I got a 70% gainer out of this one before, and Bitcoin didn't really move that much, right? So it's partly it's the short floats on these things, right? There's a lot of people short these miners because from a long-term point of view, mining is probably a really shitty industry to be in. But it just means that when Bitcoin pops and you get the pop in this name, you probably get way more juice than holding Bitcoin. I think the days of Bitcoin doubling and tripling in short periods of time, I think those are over, mainly because of the institutional involvement. But so if you're bullish Bitcoin and you want to get a little bit of juice, I think the way to get that juice is with the miners. So that's kind of what I'm doing. Also with the gold kind of stuff, right? If gold's going to move, then I think you're going to get more juice if you find a high short float gold miner, which actually, let's do that in a second. After I answer this question. Do I ever consider fundamentals as part of the strategy? No, I don't look at them at all in any respect whatsoever. Fundamentals come out every 3 months on a lagging basis. So if a company is reporting earnings today, they're reporting earnings for the last quarter. So you're getting a sum up of everything that happened a long time ago, and price updates in real time. So I don't give a single crap about analyst readings, fundamentals, any of that kind of stuff. For me, it's about following price, right? ELF, this another perfect time to bring this guy up. The fundamentals, I bet you, on ELF are improving. And I know that because the price is going up, right? AMC, the fundamentals are shit. And the only I need to know that is because the stock's going to zero, right? So, the price moves first, and then the fundamentals always kind of trail the price because you're not getting that update in real time. So unless you're like, you're doing things like you're sitting, not just looking at, the accounting ratios, but you're actually sitting down and saying, I think XYZ company next quarter is going to sell this many more widgets, and this is the amount of margin they're going to get, and that's what they're going to do with the margin. Unless you're, hypothesizing all of the things that are going to happen, then I think fundamentals are kind of a waste of time, because again, you're just reading. A, you're reading what the company wants you to read, and B, you're reading that way late, like 3 months late, pretty much every time. So for me, it makes no difference. I just follow price. If the price is going up, it's probably because the company's doing good things, right? If the price is going down, it's probably because the company's doing bad things. And then there's also times where it completely reverses, where a company will go down on really good news, or go up on really bad news, or change in fundamentals. So again, it's Brian Shannon says it all the time, is price pays, right? You don't get paid by whether or not the company increased margins or sold more or whatever, you get paid because you bought it at one price and you sold it at a higher price. So for me, it doesn't matter. If you want to do it, go right ahead. Um, there are many people out there that use a hybrid of technicals and fundamentals, but again, Apple had great fundamentals. The fundamentals for Apple didn't change from this point to this point. They didn't change from this point to this point. They didn't change from that point to that point, right? Earnings came out and then they sold off. So again, you can follow the price. I don't need to know that it was a bad earnings report. Might not even have been a bad earnings report. All I care about is what's the market's reaction to it. That's why, unless if your hold time is like years and you want to be a Warren Buffett guy, go right ahead. If your hold time's any less than years, then I don't think it makes any sense at all to be a fundamental focus guy, right? Because again, everything you're doing is on a 3-month lag, so you have to wait 3 months for the next bit of fundamental data to come out on your stock, right? Yeah, so we were going to look for a junky gold stock. So in case we do bounce off this low. So I just think that might be a cool thing to show. So, right. So we'll open up a new and we're going to use a top list because we just want the list of stocks, and let's just clear it out and start from scratch. And I'm just going to go right here and I'm going to name it junky gold name. So first thing a lot of people don't know is we have this symbol list tab. And in here, we have a whole bunch. If you go to add to existing lists, we have a whole bunch of lists of stocks that the system does for you. Some that are right here is blockchain, right? Chris's dividend list. If you want to be a dividend nerd, I think Chris is always updating this with dividend names that he finds. But if we go down to under ETFs, spider, oops, didn't mean to do that. So no, it's not there. You just take a look through these. Moon, optionable sectors. Sectors are always laid out so weird. So yeah, so mining, quarrying, oil and gas. So we'll go mining, except oil and gas. And that puts this list that I just clicked on, it's always in alphabetical orders, right here. So mining except oil and gas. So now when I click on that, you see only the following lists has come up. So what I've done is I've just taken the entire stock universe and I've narrowed it down. I say I only want to look at stocks within this sector, which is mining except oil and gas. So that's probably going to be gold, silver, palladium, right? Copper, all these things. But we'll just look for the gold names. So I'm going to add in a few columns. Let's put in industry group and subsector, and let's put in price. Let's put in change from the close, and then let's put in volume. And then for me, there's a couple things I want to just get rid of junk. I don't want anything under a buck. I don't want anything under, let's say, 250,000 shares a day, just because I want something that's going to move. Or let's just make it 100,000. And then I actually want some short float. Because just like I was talking about with the miners, basically if gold kind of bounces, let's make it a minimum of 10%. So if gold bounces, my theory, and basically what I'm trying to guide you through is like how to use trade ideas with a trading plan. I looked at gold. I said, hey, there's a chance that gold's going to bounce here. I came up with my plan, which is I want to find a series of names in which I think will perform well if gold is going to bounce. And the idea I have is I want to find stocks that mine gold with a good setup so that if gold pushes up, these things push up as well. And I also want a short float to have that kind of upward propeller if, again, these things occur. So it all goes, if gold falls apart, all of this is useless, but it's good to always do your research and have your game plan before you place the trade, because otherwise you're just gambling. You're going to have a bad time. So what this will do is give me stocks that are over $1 that do 100,000 shares a day that are in that mining sector. And I'm going to go to sort, and I want to sort by short float. So this is now going to give me the highest short float stuff directly on top. So let's just click OK, and we'll have these junky gold names. There's not very many of them, so we may have to go looking again. So UUU, I know UUU is a uranium stock. So that may be, let's just go. I'm going to put on symbol linking, and I'll just link it to the stock right here. So I know this quintuple U with 14% short float. I just know for sure they do uranium, and then metal ore mining, PLL, and then BTU, and then Arch. So none of these are interesting to me. So we go back to the drawing board, right? So we still, with our goal in mind of, I'm going to just change the symbol list, with our goal in mind of we want gold. Support. Truncated indices. Okay, so he's got some more indices in there. All right, so let's just go with the sector ETFs, and we will do the materials. We'll add that in, see if that broadens our list some. And it may just be that there's nothing that really meets my criteria here. Right. So it may be the short float. Maybe not a lot of people are short gold names. And if that's the way it happens, then that's the way it happens. So I just have to reassess. And these daily ones, for anyone who doesn't know, I just clicked on this daily list. These are all kinds of candlestick patterns. If people want to scan for daily candlestick patterns, they're there. So there may not be anything in the gold sector that meets my criteria. And that's fine. So what we may need to do is we may need to just, let's just widen this out. Let's take out the short float and see if that helps. Sometimes by doing this too, you actually find some interesting other bits of information. So for example, there's a lot of coal in here, like a lot of coal. SSCO is copper. Copper and iron. STLD breaking out with a pretty decent short float in there as well, 3%, which is a lot for this one. So sometimes you go through these kind of experiments and you end up finding stuff that you really didn't have initially in mind. Like I'm looking at STLD now, which is in the steel sector. So is there a steel ETF? I'm just going to Google that over here. I'm going to go steel ETF. SLX. So yeah, XLX is interesting. Is it bouncing maybe from the VWAP from here? Yeah. So I just drew in a VWAP from this. Again, when you're drawing your anchored VWAPs, you want major events. So large volume spikes or gaps, or for me, you can tell this is a pretty significant low, right? We have nothing to this side of it and then nothing to this side of it. So it's a pretty significant low. And that came in right here. So close enough for me that steel is bouncing off it. So that's why I love doing this stuff is I came in with one idea in mind, but now I'm like, well, maybe there is something in the other side of things that I'm interested in. So then the other thing you can always do, um, so I'm Googling GLD holdings because you can always build your own symbol list. If there's not a symbol list that is really interesting to you, uh, you can always try to get your own list, and there's tons and tons of these resources online where you can just look up what these ETFs have in their holdings. Oh, so GLD actually just owns physical gold, so that's no help. So yeah, I'm looking at SDLD and UUU, and UUU is very interesting to me because I actually went part of my weekly analysis. I looked at URA. So URA is just a gold ETF, and I went to this gold ETF, and if we go to the weekly chart, it's finally breaking the anchored VWAP from this high right here. So basically, meaning that the average market participant in URA is starting to finally make money, even if they bought at the worst possible time up here. So if we're getting this little breakout in uranium, then maybe UUU may be a good purchase if it can get out of this range right here. So that's probably over last week's high. If we go in here, this yesterday it kind of rocketed. So, and we have a 14% short float. So just like I was talking about with gold, I bet you if uranium breaks out, there's more juice in this uranium miner simply because of the short float. Right, so it going from $6 to $10 or $7 to $10 is what, a 40% ish gain. And I don't think URA is the same type of thing, right? URA would go from 22 to 30. So yeah, maybe close, but so what else is in our tight base right here? Again, I got 20 minutes. Not a lot of questions coming through. We definitely encourage question asking because it's, the whole, like your teacher said, if you have the question, then probably so does someone else, right? ALSN, you can see I already have a price alert here because this is just a monster. So I'm actually looking to buy this one already if it breaks out. And they do, what do they do? Motor vehicle transmission and power train parts manufacturing. It's not very sexy, but it's gone from 50 to 60 in pretty much a straight line. So if it breaks out of this little base, maybe we got another one of those ahead of us, which for me is all I need. We have AVP here with it in the. So I'm going through the tight base scanner right now. Apologize. There's a helicopter going overhead. I don't know if the mic is picking that up or not. What do they do? Operates digital collaboration innovator. That just sounds like a whole bunch of buzzwords that someone threw at a wall. They've been founded in 2001, so it's not like they're new. It's just a nice kind of tight base here that I think it could. I love stocks that have run up like this and then are doing some sort of consolidation after it, because it means this thing's going on. Michael, you should never average now. Losers add to losers is what I was always taught. So if the price is going down, then you're not in the right name. Right? All that fundamental stuff you're talking about, I got no idea. This is a junk stock. Right? So yeah, this is a horrible stock. So, right, you don't need to be a CMT. Good stocks do this and go higher, and then junk stocks do this and go lower. So this is a junk name breaking down to new lows. Again, I can't tell you what to do. You should do whatever you want, whatever your written tested trading plan is. And you shouldn't ask for advice on what you should do, because you should just refer to your plan. But losers average losers is a very well-known saying in the market, and it is for a reason. It's because there's not a lot of people out there for the long term who've done a great job just averaging down into shit, because it can go away, right? Bed Bath and Beyond, for example, right? A lot of people averaged into that name because it's they're like, oh, I think this thing's going to move higher because of XYZ conspiracy theory or meme stock or whatever, and now it's bankrupt. So anyone who owns any of it is going to lose 100% of their money, and they had ample time to get out. So you should just take that lesson and move on with your life. So I don't know what that other company is or whatever, but it's an awful stock and could also go bankrupt, and people lose everything. So no, it's a bad stock in my eyes. I'll say it once again. Good stocks do this and go up, and then bad stocks do this and go down. Right. And again, you should never average. Right. Hey, Mike C, how's it going, man? Right. So if it's done this for a reason, and it's a pile of junk. Right. If we go back to an example of a good stock like ELF, right? If you bought that other one any time in the last few years, you've gotten your butt handed to you. If you bought ELF any time in the past couple of years, you are loving life. So right, if it's doing the down arrow, avoid it. If it's doing the up arrow, give it a shot. That's how technicians look at things anyway. It's simple, but it works. And I don't need to ask people stuff. I don't need to know anything fancy. It's just, is it going up? Does it look like it's going to break out? Then it's going to be something I want to own. Is it going down? Then it's not something I want to own. Even if you liked it for fundamental voodoo stuff, then just put it on a list and wait for it to go up, right? So, Mike C, it's been a while, Mike C. Yeah, Mike C's right? Just draw a trend line. If that trend line is pointing higher, then you should probably look for ways in, either pullbacks or breakouts or patterns or something like that. If the trend line is pointing lower, then it's stay away from it until the trend line, right? For a stock like that to get to 100, it's got to get to 10, it's got to get to 20, it's got to get to 30. Right? It's very rare, unless it's like a biotech or something like that you'll wake up overnight and your stock will have gone from $10 to 1,000. Right? Just not the way the market moves. So if you wait for things to uptrend, you're better off, right? A lot of traders talk about reading level 2 in the tape. Do you think using level 2 is important? Level 2 and time and sales and all that stuff, in my opinion, is only important if you're very, very, very hyper scalping. Um, if you're, looking at a very short time frame for entries and exits. Now, back in the day, level 2 is all that I use and all that most traders used, because everything that was on there was, for lack of a better term, like real and true. Nowadays, anybody who's worth anything hides their orders. Either you've got dark pools, you got refreshing pools, you've got hidden orders, you got all kinds of games you can play. And it's not just big giant institutions that do this, right? I know I trade with interactive brokers. You can put on refreshing orders and all that stuff within even retail platforms like interactive brokers. So the problem then with the level 2 reading is that there's a lot of games that are going on. Now, again, if you are like hyper scalping, if you're on like a 1 minute chart and you're looking to buy something and then have a breakout and then sell it immediately, the level 2 and time and sales can help with that. And I know a lot of traders will do it around entry points. For my time frame, I don't care, right? Um, for me, it doesn't matter. I'd say if you're holding for any longer than like an hour or two, then it it doesn't matter. Right? Like it's only for like the really, really short term kind of people, right? Nvidia is interesting because Nvidia I was actually watching right here, and it's because we had this A view app. I actually bought some Nvidia. So this is the anchored view app from before the gap, which is something I'm just using like religiously now. We have it built into the system. If you get the A view app product, I love it, absolutely love it. So I got some Nvidia right here, and I got a good pop on it. I came down close below that on Friday. I was actually on Trader TV's Friday closing show, and I said, listen, unless Nvidia retakes the anchored view app, I'll draw it in to make it easier to see. Very soon, I was starting to get worried about Nvidia, but it closed below it and then just rocketed today. So I really actually like the look of this one. I may be joining you depending on what the rest of the day looks like on this name. Because yeah, it's um, it's one of those things where it's uh anytime you see a break of an anchored view up like that and a retracement of it, it's like a sentiment shift, right? Everyone was going, "Oh man, this thing's in a downtrend. Oh, this sucks." And then that sentiment changes, and it's doing this on 2 times normal volume. So there's some good volume behind this move as well. So this is an interesting name, or an interesting move for sure. And that's a hell of an engulfing candle, right? Gap down under yesterday's low and then just kind of pushed right up through. So, it's probably, if I look in on the 30-minute chart, which is a little bit more on like how I execute, it's a little bit overdone. But if we get maybe some basing into the end of the day or a pullback or something, and it holds this kind of level, then I may buy some Nvidia with you for a couple days swing. Yeah. So the question about the percentage stock moves, we don't record the 5 years worth of data. So you'd have to just find those 5 stocks, find 5 years worth of data, and then um and go from there. So that's something you can do within our system. But again, you said 5%. How many times in 5 years? I don't I don't know why that would matter, but uh you can imagine that any stock that is actively traded has probably moved 5% most of the times they've done earnings. So you just add up the amount of earnings reports in 5 years, you probably get pretty close. Monster 2. I was in Monster and just frustrated forever. And of course, I missed this. But before their split is right here. That was $100 a share, and I was going for the $100 roll, which is just an old school trader thing of, right, if it the first time it kind of breaks through $100 for the first time, it has a tendency to hit 120. And so that was in this. I was just trapped in it. Not trapped, like it's you get out any time, but just frustrated that this thing is just kind of moving sideways. And I think I sold it just in that base for like a break even trade. And then it did that. Now it's putting in a nice little bull flag again. This has just been an absolute kind of I was gonna say a monster stock, but that's a little bit on the nose. But just like a beast. Like look at this thing. Right. Again, another one of these. This is a stock in an uptrend. So this is a good company. But yeah, from near nothing to $50 and having to do a stock split in through that's pretty wild. I didn't know that. I'll have a monster from time to time if I need to perform. Interesting. It was a random number I picked. Well, right? It's again, we don't have the 5 years worth of data, so whatever random number you pick, again, I don't know why it would matter, but if you've got some plan on the go, you just need a data export for 5 years worth of data on the stocks that you want. We just don't keep that much data lying around, right? So tight base, is it configurable with different time frames? No, it's again the Market Explorer, because of all of the calculations it's doing, it's not configurable at this time, right? So we have these time frames. They cover pretty much everything from really long-term trading to really short-term trading, right? We're not going to go like sub-minute or 1 minute stocks or anything like that, but it won't vary that much in time frames. If it's putting in a 5-minute base, it's also probably putting in a 1 and a 2-minute base, right? If it's putting in a 30-minute base, it's probably putting in a 15-minute base as well, right? So there's a lot of stuff going on right there, right? I like to look for short scalping opportunities at stocks that make big moves. Yeah, so you don't need 5 years of data for that. You need 1 day, right? So you can just go in and say yesterday's, right? So if you go in and go previous days, so the amount of times that something has happened would be irrelevant if you're just looking for a scalp, right? So change previous day, right? You can just go through, or you can just use average true range, right? So Dish is in an uptrend for my time frame, right? So again, I would look up. So you seem to have a hard time, Michael, with the concept of trend. And there's a beautiful book that Brian Shannon did, technical analysis using multiple time frames. Right. This for my time frame is in an uptrend. I'm putting in a big rounded bottom. So there's a lot of very bullish patterns going on here. This PAGS thing is in a downtrend, even for my time frame, which is shorter term, and is not putting in a rounded bottom and is breaking down to new lows. So it's just that they're not even the same universe, right? But yeah, Brian Chan, technical analysis using multiple time frame. Great, great book for people who have a hard time understanding the uptrend and downtrend thing. Yeah, I agree with you on Mike C on Nvidia. Right, I think I think you can just play, right. Your buy also just kind of lines up here with 400 as well. I just like that AV WAP at before the gap because I've just seen it work so many times. It's just really, really good. Yeah. So, oh, first of all, congrats on the 5,000 YouTube break. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The channel's growing again now that I'm putting out daily content, which is really, really cool. And yeah, there's all kinds of color schemes we've added in. So if you're not on the newest beta, you got to go and you got to get on the newest beta. But if you go into, sorry, I should do that slower. Right click. I just talked about Dish, Michael. So if you just want to rewind the stream a second, I can go over that. I also suggested a good book for people who don't understand trend. So you can go check that out. Just rewind the stream a few seconds. You can do that on YouTube. So select chart style. If you right click, you go to color and grid, and there's all of these options that we put in. So at any time, you can build your own color theme. You can make it, whatever you want. But just to help people out, we've done a lot of these, right? So TI Light is kind of normal chart. And I actually keep one of these up because when I'm sharing on Twitter and stuff, I keep the light theme out. We have TI Dark, right, which is just, I click dark gradient, but it's just dark. And we have TI Black, which is just super, super dark. The one that I was using before was TI Dark Web. I really like the look of it. And this is kind of what our web version dark mode looks like. Right. But all these kind of built in. So royal blue, that just hurts me inside. Yellow and blue, not a big fan of, but some people like these. So we have all these just built in things that we've kind of just curated to kind of get people started. Ooh, I like that one too. Just ways to get people started. But what I usually do, and I don't know if it'll work right now, but I usually keep a dark chart and then I keep a light chart just in tabs behind each other. So I can just kind of switch. So when I'm sharing, I actually usually share this. I forgot about that when I popped on, but I'm usually sharing this right here because a lot of people say it's a little easier to see on their screens. And then right here is what I do when I'm not sharing, just because I find it easier on the eyes. I'm like a dark mode guy in most things. I use like the web browser extensions, and I keep my phone in dark mode and all that kind of stuff. It's gonna like it better, right? Do I think anchored view apps are more powerful than support resistance lines, horizontal support and resistance lines? No, I think it's all kind of like a weight of the evidence approach, right? So I think if you're looking to buy a support area or resistance area, it's one of those things that the more things kind of line up in your favor, the better. So I wouldn't say one is more important or less important. I would say, if you really want to be more confident in your support zones, then like, I'm thinking of the "why not both" memes, right? From the girl from like the taco commercial. It's like, yeah, why not both? So for me, but I have just noticed. So we have this scan. If you have the anchored view app product, let's just go to it here in the Market Explorer, where we go a view app, and then we go a VWAP from large gap, and it draws the anchored view app for you. So let's go to Lily, right? You can see that for a while there, it was basing right under that anchored view app. ALSN, right? It had the gap here. So it just does it for me. And I have just personally in my own trading, so Dropbox, another one, you see 2 days in a row, it just tapped that anchored view app. That I've just noticed when I've been watching it, that it's just a really, really good place to get involved in gap trades. So for me, I love this, but it doesn't mean I'm just going to completely ignore support and resistance zones, right? If I had taken Dropbox as it kind of broke out in through here, I would certainly be cognizant of this high right here. So, I think a perfect world is if it's pulling back and it's at a major support zone and that lines up with a significant AV WAP, then for me, I'm going to be like really, really interested to take a look at it. And then the last question I see here for now anyway, is why is there a YouTube chat in the first place? Some people like YouTube. If you want to go over to the main chat, you can go over to the main chat. Right? Doesn't hurt anything to have to. Barry.
I'm here. I am here.
Oh, and the other thing I'll say, like the gentleman, is just again, YouTube is partly a discovery engine too, right? We want people you have to go to our website and then sign up and do all that other stuff in the other chat. But right, YouTube is just out there for everyone. You could watch us on your smart fridge if you want. There's a lot of people watching from a phone, this type of thing. So again, just like the support and resistance thing, is why not both, right?
Why not both? Yeah, I mean, it's just easier to get into YouTube. But if obviously, you shouldn't say obviously. I say that a lot. It's not obvious, but the main room just has more action in it, more traders, more exchange of ideas. But YouTube is easier to get into. I mean, it's not that the main room is hard. It's just a couple of extra steps. That's all. So, I mean, if you're looking for more interaction among traders, then go to the main room.
Yeah.
If all you do is want to sort of hear me and see my screen and don't care about interacting among traders, stay in YouTube. It's really that simple.
Well, yeah, and it's again, it's not like one hurts the others, right?
Mm-mm,
So it's
mm-mm.
it's not like you're ignoring one for the other or anything like
No,
that.
not at
It's
all. I monitor both streams,
yeah.
both chats and all
So,
that. But
both.
yeah,
Next,
so
we're gonna have you on Rumble and Kick and Twitch and YouTube or Twitter, which I think we already did for a while. Oh, you're on Twitter right now. I'm looking up. I'm
mhm.
seeing you are on Twitch right now, and you are on Twitter right now. So yeah, just
Speaking of rum, they have earnings after hours today. just in case we're interested in that one.
that one's been
Ugh,
it's been a
ugly, ugly,
dog.
ugly. It's been a
Um,
dog.
and it's been an annoying dog because I know Steve likes the company, so he keeps trying to buy it every time it breaks out of this
Hmm.
$10 range, and then just keeps like slapping people. Like this is just an annoying stock to trade, right? Every time
Yeah.
it just gets going, it just slaps in, gets going, it slaps down. It's why, right? I'm so obsessed with trend. Is just like I look at this chart and I go, this is just a mess, right? Now, it looks like it has some support around the $8 area. If you want to take a shot there, then go right
And
ahead.
as a
But
day trade, you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. And so as a day
yeah,
trade, maybe you can carve out 30 or 40 cents from it and then get out of it and then watch it do its thing for the rest of for another 3 months. I mean, it's possible. Unless they come up with some stupendous news, which I don't know what they're going to say, but
they're trying to get away from, and I only know this because I started uploading. So I upload my stuff to everywhere, right? Twitter and Instagram and all this stuff. They're trying to get away from the image of being like the place where the crazies go, where they get kicked off of everywhere else.
right.
And they're doing that by like signing exclusive deals with some bigger name like
True,
influencers
true,
and
true, true,
stuff.
true.
Um, so maybe that would help, but it's one of those things that like these like big influencers cost a crap ton of money. So like you got
Mhm.
to imagine they're going to be hemorrhaging money for the next few years before they see a return on this. And it's really hard to change an image like that, right? Because right now the image of Rumble is right. You said some crazy stuff somewhere else,
Yeah.
and now you're kicked off there, so you have to stream on Rumble, and it's that obviously as a company.
This is your last chance and gasp or whatever of
Yeah.
getting on some kind of a social media. Well, listen, Michael, I mean, as far as getting, why don't you ask them for you? I mean, you'd come a little bit cheaper, I bet, than say Joe than Rogan.
Just like 20-30 million, and then I'll be good.
Then you'll do it.
Yeah,
Okay, my friend, listen, I better take over now. I got to get back in the other room, so I'll take
cool.
over. Thanks again for filling in for Chris. So
No
obviously you
worries.
will not be there tomorrow. You've got your meetings tomorrow, so
Yes,
I guess
so
we'll
he
see
will
you
be
next
filling in
Tuesday
for
then.
me. Yeah.
Okay,
I
cool.
will talk to you then.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I have just give me one moment as I get my music going. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms, and boy, I missed some things in the. I'm really, really loving this daily reversal scan, guys. I really am. Something I really hadn't paid that much attention to for several years. Always had the scan available, but I really didn't pay that much attention to it until I think early last week when I resurrected it. I'm really, really liking it. It's typically not it's not the style of trade that I usually would take a look at, but man, oh man, I'm really looking at it in a different way. So it's called the daily reversal on my homepage. Okay, you click on my homepage link, go to the scan section, and you'll see something called daily reversal. And yeah, basically, it's just looking for stocks that were beaten up the day before and are running higher today, or the reverse of that. So a stock that had a huge day and then reversing from that day. Just a daily reversal. Simple, simple stuff. Hmm. Sorry about that. You're right. I have not sharing my screen yet. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you for that, Luca. Now, I saw while I was on my little break here, man, what a move this one had. AIXI on the 10-day daily break. Actually, it wasn't on my break. It happened right around 11 o'clock. I don't know how I missed this one. AIXI. The alert was at 5:39, 10:56 Eastern time at 5:39, and before it popped up, it got down to 440. Now, I don't know how quickly that happened. Looks like it was pretty quick. No, you know what? Not really. I mean, we had all sorts of time. That was 30 minutes before it popped up again. Wow. Meanwhile, NVIDIA obviously keeps moving higher because NVDS in brown means that NVIDIA is moving down. I'm sorry, up. This is the way in which you can short NVIDIA if you wanted to short NVIDIA without actually shorting the stock itself. And you could buy in NVDS if you wanted to short it. But what's happening here, this is sinking, which means the reverse is happening. NVIDIA is having a great day, obviously. Yeah, chips, Mr. Chips for sure. Just chips, chips, chips today. Well, UCAR was certainly a great, another great one early on anyway. Yeah, I mean, this was, you can see now, if you're new to this, that blue arrow there is telling you what was the time of the first alert. Now I'm on a 15-minute chart, so it'll show you the candle in which the first alert happened on whatever time frame you're looking at. So I'm on a 15-minute chart. So it's telling me that there was the alert was on this candle. If I had a 5-minute chart up, it would show the 5-minute candle. If I had a 1-minute chart up, it would show the 1-minute candle. But really, this is what it's all about. 10:39, the time, 5:14, the price, and before it really pulled back, it got up to 6:39. That's a tremendous move from 5:14, okay? Because you can see this was a green candle all the way up there before finally it started to pull back somewhat. And yeah, it might still be in play to a certain extent. Let's take a look at where it got to. It got up to 667 or so. The next high looking left on the daily chart, 642, 650, 693. So in this area is kind of where it stalled. Now, let's take a look at NVDL and you'll see the difference. NVDL, that's what you can buy if you want to go long NVIDIA, but you don't want to pay whatever it is now, $400. Oops. Okay, so this is what you can buy. So I don't even know what NVIDIA's price is right now, but let's take a look. Yeah, so 433. So if you don't want to pay 433 for NVIDIA, okay, then you can always go to this NVDL. These are special ETFs created just for these for this. Well, there are several ETFs that are created for specific stocks. Tesla has another one. Nvidia. There are a handful of others. I'm very surprised Netflix doesn't have one. But anyway, so if you didn't want to pay $433 for Nvidia, you could buy it. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just pointing out what these mean. And tons of volume. Okay, I mean enough volume. There's not like you're going to get trapped. Well, I don't have to look at NVIDIA so much, but I mean, if I look at NVDL, like the stock itself, but if I look at NVDL, the next, excuse me, the next high looking left, looks like it is 86.80 here. So if it can take out 86.80, then the next high is 89.21. So still have a little bit of room left if it can take out that 86.80. Well, I'm sure when Michael said it was an uptrend, he's looking from back here or back here and drawing a trend line. So I mean, the trend is up. Yeah, it's moving down for the last 3 days, and maybe it breaks the trend line. Michael, as he said, you should get this book. Brian Shannon's book, Multiple Time Frames Analysis, or anything to do with trends, because as I was listening to him when he was talking to you, you seem to have a difficulty understanding trends. So now listen, the trend line here could be drawn. This could take it out, and then maybe the trend is broken. Boy, X and CLF, all you needed today, guys. Very interesting action on this. So again, if you're unfamiliar with what's happening, I mean, US still jumping on. It was a $35 bid by CLF, but they are rejecting it so far. They're rejecting it. Now, if you were an existing shareholder sitting down here on Friday with a $22 stock and somebody's offering 35, better go to a vote. You know, mm. Mike C, I'm sorry, I did see that question earlier. No, there isn't. There's no area in which to create ideas users share scans. Of course, I'm sharing my scans on my homepage. The other traders in when they come into YouTube and do their days, they can have some scans that they're trading, but there's no central kind of repository of scans. I mean, there'd be thousands and thousands of scans if we had anything like that. So the answer, unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunately, but no. Also, we've created a lot of scans in our toolbar. You can go to our toolbar, you click on the scans that we've created, but no, the answer is no. Okay, guys. Now, while I was on my break, this has done nothing so far, but I'm actually in a short of, I'm just looking here. I'm actually in a short of AGTI. Why am I in that short? Okay, yeah, I saw this, the rejection of the VWAP, and then on that candle right there. So I got short on that candle right there. And the reason I'm short is because 1070 is the next low looking left on the daily. So, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but I'm modestly in the money here. Not a huge trader right now, only 300, 5 times normal, but it's not huge. But This has been a pretty good one from our AI, actually. This is an earnings play. It's CEPU. Since the alert, you had all sorts of time to get into it. I'm going to probably do my video on this one just because people get very hung up on, well, I missed this one or something. And I always say, look, I mean, this was an hour, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably an hour and 15 minutes that you had a chance to get into this. There's the alert at 6:41. You might have said, "Oh man, I missed it." And then it came right back down. I missed it again, came right back down. And finally, this is the time. No, you don't know. Of course, we don't know 100% that that is going to be the time. But if you took it here, you just put your stop a little underneath the. I wouldn't be using their stop, the AI stop. But you can see once it broke through for the fifth time, it really started to run. And it's an earnings play. So you kind of know that it's going to be active all day. Now, this is an, yeah, the interesting thing is this is an Argentinian, I thought so. This is an Argentinian stock. And you got to read what's going on in Argentina right now. So there are elections, and this guy kind of out of nowhere. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if he actually becomes el presidente. Argentina is undergoing like an unbelievable devaluation of their peso. If it's a peso, I can't remember if their currency is a peso. Rampant inflation. We think we've got it bad here. Nothing. So, so the populace is in the mood for a change. I think so. So that's why we saw YPF, another Argentinian stock. GGAL is another Argentinian stock. Probably has recovered. YPF did the same thing, and CEPU to a certain extent did the same thing. Actually, not to a certain extent. Look at them all. Opening 15-minute candles, probably with a lot of the Argentinian stocks did this, and then and then a recovery. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. So what time is it? It is 13:18, 1:18, 1:20, or 1:19. So I'll be back at about 1:30. All right, so I'll mute myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Got to find where my tool is to get rid of that little announcement. Ah, there it is. Okay, guys. So yeah, the AGTI is just doing nothing. I'm not going to get out of it. There's no reason for me to. I'm in at 11:53. So unless it gets back there, I'll probably just hang on to it and see if it has any sort of bigger move down. And that's the AGTI. Now let's take a look at the other Argentine stocks. See if they're doing the same thing with a red bar. Yes. Well, let's take a look at the other one that we looked at today. There are other Argentine stocks, of course, but these are the three that we've seen today. So yeah, so they all have the same look. That opening 15-minute candle, hammered down, great recovery most of the day, and then the 115 candle, red. All of it. Well, not all of. What is the? Anybody know what the country ETF is? I could look it up, but somebody knows offhand what the country ETF for Argentina. Yeah, Argentina. Well, with that news, trade swings, fine. Okay. I mean, if that truly is the case, then okay. Yeah, GNS certainly no shares readily available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, ARGT. There were a couple of people mentioning ARGT, one in our YouTube room and one in the main room. Take a look at ARGT. See why you guys are. I don't see it on any one of my scans, so let's see what it's doing though. Oh, I see. Thank you, thank you. I see now what you're talking about. Of course, this is the Argentinian country ETF. Yes, thank you. So you can see they're all looking the same. Big opening 15-minute candle, red recovery, and then we got this red bar for most of the Argentinian stocks. You really got to pay attention what's happening there. All right, here's another earnings play, guys. GMDA. Let's see what it's doing. GMDA. Yeah, cheap one. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm in this AGTI. I mean, it's just not moving too much, but I'm still positive, barely. So you never know. Just going to hang on to see if it has a big drop, maybe into the 30s, 1130s. Maxin showing up again, 1561. So it hasn't really moved that much. The alert was at 1561. It's moved up to 1586. Still has some room. 1784. Wow. A lot of room for this one. I think I had earning. Yeah, this was an earnings play. Got hammered down on earnings. PEP. Take a look at PEP from Brian in our YouTube room. I don't know. I'm not seeing much. I mean, this is a horrible looking 15-minute chart. Up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. So not sure what I mean, the next low looking left is not that far away. For $183 stock, it's really not that far away. So I'm not sure. PEP to me is just something I personally wouldn't be looking at. But don't let me dissuade you. If you think you see something, go for it. I just don't see anything. Okay, guys, just sitting on my hands. Really, the Ion Q continues to move down. The $14 price target by Goldman looks like this is the catalyst down. Nope. I can give you a very quick answer, Vicky. Nope. Unfortunately, can't refer to previous candles at all. Well, we can't refer to the previous 5 minute candle, so we can't know that the 5 minute. If you're talking about like the high and the low. Now, there may be something in the alerts, engulfing or something like that. I mean, I probably should take a look at that, but as far as the custom formula goes, a 5-minute bullish engulfing. Okay, so there is 5-minute bullish engulfing, 10-minute, 15. So I guess in theory, so if you can find something here, but maybe you can do it. Let's take a look at what it means with the percent. I don't think that's what you're talking about, though. I think it's going to refer to it's useless. Okay, if that's useless, then I'm not going to look at it. Okay, you've obviously tried it, so if that's useless, then saves me the step of trying to see if it can work. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm just adjusting a scan. Next answer, none of your business. Who knows, Vicky? Maybe tomorrow, maybe 10 years from now. I don't know. Okay, guys, Ion Q. See if it has any sort of bounce characteristic in it. If you keep pestering me with questions, it might be sooner than I think. And I kid Vicky. Lowe's, guys. Is this Lowe's? Lowe's? Yeah, Lowe's Corporation. Yeah, it's too ugly looking. I'm looking at a daily chart. Looks like I'm just trying to find, oops. Okay, the AGTI, I may be Van Moosing, getting out of it. Van Moosing. Yeah, took myself out of the AGTI, guys, so just didn't have any movement in it. HMST. All right. Well, it's got some room, guys. 931. It's got some room. It's through the 200-day moving average. It's got some room on the way down. A little bit of extension, but underneath 10. I love that fact. Well, look at AGTI, you miserable thing. I thought it started to get back into the 50s. Now it's going to torment me. Well, that just goes, I usually say I don't want to get out of a trade out of boredom. I wasn't really out of boredom. I actually thought it was going to start to lift, but any news on CLEU? Well, I'm sure you've checked. So why you're probably asking that question is you've checked your news sources, but let's take a look at this. This is ooh, on the way down. Yikes! Yeah, just China. I guess China. Take a look at KWeb. Is KWeb doing the same thing? Not a halt, of course, but is it putting in some? Yeah, putting in a red bar. So probably a lot of China stocks are looking like that. CLEU. Uh, NIO is not. Interesting. But CLEU certainly on its own is getting hammered. 41%. There must have been some news up here. I just can't see it. Yeah, I don't see the reason, but there's got to be something. I almost think that they're doing a financing or something. Okay, guys, I am definitely interested in HMST. Okay. I mean, I like the way it's underneath 10, kind of basing just a little bit. Bit of a chase, but underneath 10 right now, holding. And of course, when I look left, the room is huge, 926. Might be following the market somewhat, but not really. I mean, this has been down most of the, well, it's been down all day, whereas the market's been up most of the day. Topping another choppy day. Manu news. Oh, okay, let's see what the Manu news is today. Finally, the deal's done. After the owners announce a 7.3 billion dollar, well, euro, 7.3 7.3 billion euro sale. So is it truly done? Okay, so I'm continuing to watch this HMST, guys. Just want to see how well it holds underneath 10. So the way this is trading, MANU, it's almost like this is around the price. That if is truly going to happen, JTI, JTAI. All right, this was the one that started trading on Friday. It was a SPAC that turned into JTAI. Okay, LPG making a move down now, guys. LPG. I don't know if I mentioned this one. Huma, Huma. Is this no Huma site? So this has some, yeah, this had some room. 441. This is an earnings play, HUMA. I'm just not really into these really cheap earnings plays, but I mean, look at this break. And once it got over 391, 439 is the next high. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. Well, you can hear me. Okay. I'm never sure if you can hear me eating. Okay, guys, done. Half a bagel. Well, this HE now is really flirting with that $20 price. Well, it's funny as you're trying to be goods. I actually had some poutine on Friday, maybe for the first time, not the first time, maybe the last time. Here's another one that's maybe interesting. CERT, CERT, trying to make a little bit of a move. I keep watching this HMST to see if it has a breakdown here. All right, guys. Well, HE now underneath 20 again. Well, here we go. So let's take a look at this again. Should management be held accountable for shareholder losses? Well, okay, wait a minute. That's not exactly. So I would agree with you, Trace. I mean, if that is truly, if they're at fault, absolutely. No love lost now. I still like to have that absolutely confirmed. I don't know if it'll absolutely be confirmed today, but certainly what happened with PCG is very similar, except this is way more tragic and worse in terms. Well, to tell you if you've been following it at all. I don't know. I don't know enough about it, Grumpy. Was it a hurricane that started the whole thing, and then the power? I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about it. So JTAI just resumed, guys, and a huge pop up here. Huge pop. Well, the next high, I mean, it's almost 10. This looks like it's going to get halted. It just got halted again. Now, this is not going to happen, but look at this. Look at the projection 854, 9. Well, as somebody who's been to Maui a couple of times, I mean, I just can't imagine what's going on there. CVNA. I haven't seen CVNA for a while. Please tell me that it's not back up to 50. And the answer is it's trying to 38. I mean, I know it's $9 away, but it's having a bit of a resurgence. EVLO guys, I know somebody you talking about EVLO. This is an earnings play today. Wow. Earnings play today. Didn't really see it in the pre-market, didn't really do much. It doesn't trade very much. I mean, look at this. 277,000, which is less than half normal, and it's an earnings play. Usually on, the day it has earnings is when the volume will become abnormal. Now the volume is just picking up now for the EVLO. It's just picking up now. I mean, 168,000 on this 15-minute candle or volume bar, total of 286. So I mean, it's basically two-thirds of the volume is right here of the day. So we're just sleeping most of the day. I have JTAI at 689, 689, 584 on the halt, 689 right now. And if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at, well, right in 1 minute, a little less than a minute from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. Ah, I see. We don't have the actual halt time. Again, it's one of the situations where the halt happens so quickly after when it resumes that we're not picking it up. So it could be about 5 minutes from now. Yeah, 689. Well, let's see. Let's see what it opens at. You're saying it's 30 seconds? Okay. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas. I just don't see the I just don't see the actual. Is this it? 1357? 157? Is that when it maybe that's when it got halted? That looks like where it got halted. Okay, now I understand. So 5 minutes from there, almost 203. Well, it looks like it got halted here though, right? 1357.58. So 5 minutes from now, that is it should be well, it could be 2-1 open. Okay, so it's gonna be more. Now you see how this that price is now starting to get back down towards the halt price. So if you were in this one before, you were just hoping anybody, I'm not talking to you, DJ, but if you were in this one before, you were hoping it would open after 5 minutes. Yeah, that is bizarre, William. I should take your halt resumes. I mean, yeah, I'm not. It happens a lot to me. I don't get the halt if it happens probably within 30 seconds of the resumption. Hey guys, Ion Q making new lows now. Ion Q making new lows. Now the next low looking left is right around that 14 level. That's the goal, or 1421 maybe. 1415 is the next low looking left for Ion Q. This is getting closer to Goldman's target of 14. All right, I can have them. I'll have this one up and running then, just to see. Might be the server I'm on. That's all I can think of. It's the server I'm on. I mean, there's the halt there, but only gonna be able to prove it if we get another resumption in something, and then it gets halted immediately. Probably the server I'm on. Yeah, HE did hold 20. Okay, so let's see. This just opened. JTAI just opened. And let's see if it really pops more and gets halted immediately. Ooh, this is getting ugly, guys. This is getting ugly. Ion Q keeps making a new low, guys. Ion Q. Okay, the market is now. Let's see if this area holds. The 446 holds. 446. That would be a good area for the market to try to hold. I don't know about a swing for DWAC, but certainly DWAC is setting up as maybe an intraday trade. DWAC. Take a look at this. Yeah, I mean, this is not bad. That's a nice little. I mean, it spiked all the way up to 1779, pulled back all the way down dollar, basically a dollar underneath that. Trying to move again, DWAC. Hey, Vicky mentioned a cross for X. X now underneath 30. I don't have a 15-minute chart up, but Vicky mentioned a cross for X just underneath 30. Now it's trying to hold at 10 SMA. That's one of Steve's favorite indicators, the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. What happens when it stock goes into it? Does it hold it and bounce, or does it take it out? Yeah, I'm watching OKTA. It's definitely not dropping, not moving. Yeah, I don't know. We couldn't seem to find anything specific to CLEU. Why the drop? I mean, China stocks are moving down, but not like this. So we couldn't seem to find any reason. Almost looks like this is, like a financing or something. So don't know. But that is pretty catastrophic. 250 to 78 cents, 68% drop now through the 200-day moving average. Still not sure there were shorts available for me. Yeah, 68,000 right now at Interactive Brokers. Okay, well, I do pick up the halt in both of them now, and that's because again, it had time. The halt was not so soon after it resumed, so that's not going to really tell me anything yet. All right, guys. 2:15. Yeah, no kidding on the OKTA. I mean, this is really Goldman has not. I haven't found Goldman to be that influential in the last little while. I found Morgan Stanley, even Bank of America, but Morgan Stanley for sure. I found to be a little more influential near term anyway, in terms of their price targets. So if you want to, trade it that day, I haven't found so much with now. Granted, I think the only reason this was up was because of Goldman's price target of 91 that they put on it. All right, this is well, this is new, guys. AESI is a new one in the option scanner, new in that it just showed up at 216. AESI. Let's see what it's doing right now. The alert was at 2138, so it's not hasn't moved that much. Problem I've got, big problem. Just look left. I what I see is definitely some resistance areas. Yeah, so I don't like it. I wish if all this weren't here, if I had a straight shot to say 22, but I just don't like it. All right, this is what I'm doing with this HMST. I'm going to put a price alert around 986. I think if it can take that 986, it may start its way down. Otherwise, I'm just going to forget about it. Swing. Wow. Home Street. What the heck do they do? So this is a regional bank, obviously, of some sort. Yeah. So this is a regional bank right down the road from me in Seattle. Well, I'm not in anything right now, guys. I'm just sort of biding my time, not in any hurry to get into anything. All right, so this is a gap down in reversal for Nile. It had to take out the high of the day right there, 12, or get to the high of the day, 1248 to get a trigger. Well, EBIX just made a new low. I think somebody said they it had a bit. Yeah, it did have a pop. I'm sorry, this is not a new low. I'm sorry. Well, the VWAP for HMST is right around 10. So let's see if that rejects it. Sorry, HMST. If that rejects it. 1006 is the VWAP. So you can see, yeah, right there, that purple line. Let's see if it gets close to it. This is Steve's favorite indicator on the 15-minute chart, the 10 SMA. Let's see if it gets into that and moves down. It just doesn't look that dynamic, guys. I mean, it's, I don't know. Well, there's the U card now making another new high. Coming right into what could be some resistance, around the $7 mark. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Hey guys, as I'm biding my time here to see if HMST can get into the 980s, I'm going to just go over again one last time what you can find on my homepage. Scans you'll see, and I did add a new one. If you're just joining today, or a little bit late today, I did add a new scan Friday afternoon. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you will see. There we go. You'll be at the top here. So there's a way in which you can take out a subscription. Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out an annual subscription, I can give you a 25% promo code. You just have to let me know. Any subscription you do take, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, Michael Noss, who was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he put this together. It is free. Daily Stock of the Day video that I do is free. The Trade of the Week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Education section here. So here are my scans. So this is the new one that I put in, the daily reversals. I'm really liking it. You know, I'm still obviously still looking at my abnormal option activity and the breakouts and the breakdowns. But here are all the scans that I am sharing. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my link. Helps the room immensely. Keeps this room free. The room gets credit basically for the fact that you've taken out a subscription because this is the only way. Then the company knows that you must have been in the trading room. Okay, so please use my link. Now you can save my homepage. And later on, if you want to take out a subscription, when I say later on, it could be tomorrow, a week, a month, a year. But also, if you save my homepage link and you already are a subscriber, you have access to my scans and that education section. Now, I think I discounted AESI. Yeah, I looked at this AESI and I just didn't like it because of what I see looking left. Now, listen, if it takes out 2180, what's the float is? Yeah, very low float, 17 million in the float. I mean, I guess if it takes out, that would, I don't think that's a lifetime high, but could be. 2178 could be a lifetime high. It could be. I'll have to back this out a little bit. Yeah, it looks like trading as AESI anyway, as a lifetime high, right? Looking left. Again, I'm never sure if this is an IPO or did they do a symbol name change. All right, guys, HMST, maybe. I mean, I'm fixated on this one a little bit, just because, well, the market's moving down, and this is now maybe if it gets again 985 might get me in, depending on the spread. Say 985, 987 bid ask. Now, Steve would be proud of that one because look what it did at the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart for HMST. Now, I do got right into it. And did it really trade much in the pre-market? Because he doesn't use the pre-market data. I do. I don't know how significant that would be, the difference in that particular stock. The reason is I do want to see the pre-market. Is that simple. And I don't think there's a way to say, only use market hours. I may be wrong on the indicator. I may be wrong, but I don't think you have a selection. Yeah, I don't see any selection saying, okay, only use market hours for that simple moving average as opposed to also the pre-market. I like using the pre-market, obviously, or I wouldn't do it. What sort of room does Lowe's have? Not much, in my opinion, not much, until it hits that next low. So, okay, guys, HPQ now underneath a whole number. Oh, look at the room it's got. 3106. So it's got room. It's got about not quite a dollar underneath. Okay, BRCC. I'm seeing this one. This showed up, another one that showed up late. BRCC in the option scanner, abnormal option activity. Again, just to kind of recap this, I'm not trading options. All I'm looking for is stocks having abnormal option activity, and is zeroing in on that aspect of a stock that is trading abnormally. Now, I mean, so BRCC is showing up because, and why it would show up not like right here as opposed to maybe back here. Doesn't trade very many options, only 662. My minimum had to be 500. So my guess is down here it wasn't 500 yet. Well, guys, Cliff is not falling here. What's X doing? X is actually holding 30. So Cliff just made a new high here. Got a little bit of room. I mean, CLF has got a little bit of room. Not much though. I mean, it's got about 20 cents to the next high looking left on the daily chart. Nobody appreciates my humor. Well, if I'm somebody, then I do. Oh, I see. Cliff not falling. Aha. Actually, that wasn't humor. That was not humor. That was undiscovered humor. Supernova. Yes. Now that was planned. Cliff not falling was not planned. That was just one of those things. Okay, guys. So 2:35. So more than likely, I'll be wrapping this up around 3. I'll always say later if there are questions. So now's a good time. You have questions between now and 3 and after 3. Again, I don't have to go. Wish there were more room looking left for this LICY. This is another. So this was an earnings play. but I just don't like when I look left, I just see some areas where it could stall on the way down. Lots of shares available. Interactive Brokers, almost 500,000. There's a Three Stooges reference, John. I got that one. Man, brings well, I think I can say this. I don't think it's too risky, but we used to, as I say, we, my friends, in the old days, and be saying, "Man, I'd like to ask this girl out." Say, "Well, you got to give her the test." And say, "Name your favorite stooge," and if she doesn't know what you're talking about, then it's a pass. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I know, but I don't think that's too bad to say. Because as we know, only guys find the Three Stooges funny. That was the reason. Okay, it's just in case anybody's wondering why is he saying that. No, it was a little more involved too. What's better, zone or man? Football reference. Don't know what we're talking. Well, that's a pass then too. Sorry, guys. Getting guys. This HMST is intriguing me again. Yeah, but those are very specific things. Sunny days. I'm talking about general. Hey, DAR guys, DAR. Now, DAR has a little bit of room, to the 66 level. It's at 65 right now. But, these are just not, I mean, they're not dynamic. I mean, I'm looking at the relative volume, 1.5. So, I mean, it's not trading. They're just not that dynamic. I have been very fortunate monitor wise. I've got three Samsung monitors that have been going, I shouldn't say it, but do have a wood desk, but have been going strong for 6 years now, all three of them. Yeah, I mean, they've worked for me. I've had Samsung monitors most of the time. Well, I chime in, PJ, but I don't want to dominate. So the the discussion, and we probably should wrap that up and make sure it's now back to general market talk. Yeah, actually, HE is held at 20 very well. And the next high looking left on the 15-minute is 2074. I mean, basically the high of the day is way up here at 2250. No, no idea, Phil. No idea. I don't think so, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm in Canada, so I can't answer that. You're asking about the email you're getting from us, or even your broker, or you have to every year we go through this. We have to send out these emails to everybody every single year, just answering the question: Are you a professional or a non-professional? Oh, for tax purposes. Oh, okay. That is something you better. If you don't have an accountant, you better answer. I cannot answer that. Yeah, so this HE, I mean, it's obviously through the well, way through the VWAP. Actually, not way through the VWAP, 2045. So it's through the VWAP now, guys. Okay, so this is so it's through the VWAP, through that 10 SMA. The next high looking left is 2099. Takes that out, and then the next high is 2115. It's got a little bit of room and some volume came in. Also, volume came in. Well, it holds this 2080 level. What do I think about ASNS? ASNS was on my list this morning. I know it's no, I see. It's also an AI. Is that why you're really asking? Because it's in it's an AI alert also. It's pretty messy now. I mean, it's an earnings play. It had the big pop pre-market, and then it just did nothing most of the day. Not really, not interesting to me at all. I mean, it's a low float, 1.5 million in the float. So, but that didn't help it. So it's an earnings play. I'm sorry, it is not an earnings play. I thought it was. So it releases earnings after hours today. Okay. But it had the big pop. Might have had some other news. Did have some news something to do with the Air Force. Yeah, this morning. But again, maybe a very fluffy press release. Cut up to 219 and just pull all the way back. Well, the easy definition, Tony, is of course, question is if what is a professional, what is not, is if you manage money for others. Now, does that extend to your family? Probably not. I mean, if you've got family members who are looking for you to, but if you outside of family, but listen, if you Google it, I'm sure there will be a very exact definition of what constitutes being a professional or not. Oh, you weren't kidding. You weren't kidding, Vicky. You are a big trader then, Tony. So friends and family. Interesting. Good grief, Tony. You are a I cannot imagine 200 round trips in a day in terms of trading. Okay, guys. I mean, this HE is, really going to test this 21 looks like. Nope. No idea, Vicky. No idea. Okay, guys. HE, I might have to have a go at this if it takes about 21, maybe 21.10 on the bid, clearing 21. Only issue, nah, maybe not. I mean, we have 2077. No, that's above that. Okay. So yeah, because it looks like the next high would be 2245. I'm wrong. 2117, 2130, and then 2115. So maybe a break of if it can do it, 2130 or so. Boy, Penn, as an all-day hold, not that I did it, would have been pretty good as an all-day hold. A little bit choppy in places, but you know, right there. Well, yeah, I mean that I don't call that choppy so much as a big pullback. You would have had to probably take most of it off, if not all, and you could always get back in. But this pen has been. I have to see what happens with this one tomorrow. I'm going to stick an alert at Friday's high, which is 25 approximately, and see if it takes that out tomorrow. and continues its recovery. Well, let's see. LICY continues down. Again, I just didn't like it because I thought there'd be too much resistance not that far away, or support, I should say. Support. Well, resistance for a short. Well, guys, this broke through now. So this is now an all-time high. AESI is now an all-time high. Well, this is the all-time high, of course, 22, but this is basically an all-time high now for AESI. Good volume, a million shares, 6 times normal. Don't see any maintain a buy by Goldman Sachs, and I think it says $24. Yeah, 24 from 22 to 24. So in this particular case, Goldman did a good job at pumping this because I don't see any other news. Has already had its earnings released July the 31st, so a couple of weeks ago. Okay, guys, getting close to shutting down. Another 7 minutes or so. I say or so because I will stay after 3 if there are questions. So, are there any questions right now? This, by the way, I didn't. I keep forgetting to do anything in our simulator, but this is a short from last week in our simulator for EQNR. So that's how you can practice swing trading if you want. If you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, it becomes a swing trade. Whoa, there's X. I hope you're out of, you must be out of it now, Vicky. Wow, look at X. Huge pop, guys. Huge pop. It's almost like, okay, we're going to do it. Wow. Seriously, I mean, this is a huge pop. Like there's news coming in. Here we go. S Mark, S Mark Inc. All cash deal for U.S. deals. I don't know S Mark, a public company. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like S Smart is a public company. So maybe what's happened is that CLF, yeah, made the deal for 35, but it might have been stock also. So I don't know. I don't know. I didn't read the terms of the CLF deal, but it's the same price. But these guys, S Smart, it's all cash. Hopefully, Vicky, you got out of your X short. Where do I see Nvidia? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I don't really think like that. Like, where do I see something for the rest of the year? Especially these huge ones. I mean, it's all to do with the market, overall market, chip sector, and I just don't analyze it like that. So wrong person to ask, probably. Somebody saying, where do I see Nvidia for the rest of the year? No idea. I mean, it's obviously had a nice comeback today, but tomorrow, will it do the same thing tomorrow? I have no idea. But S-Mark does not look like a public company, right? Because I typed in S-Mark and nothing is coming up. So it looks like a fund of some sort, or so there you go, guys. There's, I mean, Vicky, I'm sure you're out of it, but you don't expect something like this to happen with that sort of a float. You've got a quarter of a billion in the float. You're in a nice little short, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this news hits. And so if you're not paying attention, you could get hurt pretty badly. Even in something like X. Now, if you're thinking, well, why don't I just buy this? Because it's an all cash offer for $35. Okay. Now, it doesn't mean that X is, they did the same thing this morning to CLF. They basically recommended that the board or shareholders don't accept that offer. They could do the same thing, even though this is now an all cash offer. They could do the same thing. They might say, oh, yeah, fine. It's great. It's an all cash offer, but we think that offer, doesn't fairly value the company. So that's why, just because you see this, unless you see the board actually accepting it. So the offer period runs from August the 14th, today, to November 30th. Now, it's interesting that says completion of this offer is expected. Yeah, this does not say that US Steel has accepted it. Okay. And then even if they accept it, believe me, there are going to be probably some regulatory hoops that they'll have to go through. So I mean, it's not like this is just a slam dunk. Buy it now and wait for the 35, in my opinion, anyway. Meanwhile, yeah, HE. Meanwhile, HE over 21. Now, this is a huge area for HE. I think I was mentioning the 2120 area. Come on, turn, turn, turn. 2123, huge area to try to get through. If it does, then it's got room. It's got room to 22. Might have to stick around now just to see if this does take it out. All right. I have to put in a price alert then right about here. 21, not 32, a little bit lower, 21, say 21.26, 21.27. And see if PHE takes that out, which would clear all of this, these three candles over here, and maybe take a shot. This would be the high of the day right there, 22.43. Now, the interesting thing, what happened with Cliff at the same time? I mean, will they attempt to up their offer? No, see what happened. So Cliff, they're looking, okay, I guess we're out of the running on this. Oh yeah, we know Mac. Cliff made the overture at 35, the same price as the other guys, but more than likely it wasn't all cash. I can't confirm that. And of course, that's what companies want, all cash, never mind stock. Well, unless it depends on the stock of the company, I suppose. But because when it's stock, included, the acquiring company's share price can fluctuate. So, but when it's all cash, well, you know what you're getting. Okay, guys, HE. That high right there is 21.30. If it clears 21.30, I think it could have a late day run. And that is HE. Keep an eye on the HE, guys. If it takes out that 21.30, yeah, I don't know anything about S-Mark. I think I've heard of them. They don't trade, but I think I've heard that name before. So obviously I don't know how they're going to raise the money. No, I don't look at RSI like that at all, Tony. That Tony's asking, do I ever let RSI values above 75 to deter my taking any stock? Never mind HA. No, I really don't. I know. I mean, the theory being is that it's overbought over 75, oversold under 25. But I look at each stock on its own. But again, if that's part of your trading plan, do not go long stocks over 75. Yeah, keep, and it's working. Keep doing it. Okay, guys, I'm going to stick around just in case this HE pops over that area, but I do want to get a bite to eat. So just give me a moment. Hmm. Okay, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. 2106, 2107 doesn't look like it's going to happen now for the HE. So might be my cue to leave. Did H? Well, yeah, mellow. Yeah, it gapped down. Remember, it's Hawaiian. Okay, Hawaiian Electric. So I mean, I'm sure you're aware of what's happening in Hawaii. So in your YouTube room. Okay, guys, I don't think if this gives up 21. I don't think it'll make have a run at the high of the day somehow. I may be wrong. Let's take a look at X before I leave. So there it is, $7.8 billion offer. So all cash. At least that's what it said earlier, an all cash offer. Yeah, here we go. All cash public offer. But again, understand that US Steel has not said yes to this. Okay. Okay, guys, I think I'll shut it down now. I'll maybe personally I'll take a look at that HE if it gets over 2030, but other than that, I'm just going to shut it down. So again, thanks for all the help today. And this is the last big week of earnings, a little less than 200 companies, I believe. So next week we're down to about 80. But as you see, we don't need earnings to have fun in the room. Okay, a lot's happening. Why is it going if it's not cemented? Because the speculation. Traders pile into something like that. They see that news and they think it's going to happen. Okay, so it's just a trade right now. The question is, why is X going if the deal is not cemented in writing? That's the market, man. I mean, that is the market. You know, but you're right. I mean, U.S. Steel could come out in the next 2 minutes and say, you know what, thanks, but no thanks. Okay, guys, let me get my announcement in. So we'll open tomorrow at 9 o'clock on the mic. Oops. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, same thing. We'll see you guys at 9 o'clock tomorrow.